Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to day 2 of the National Demographic Dividend Conference 2023. I hope you had a good night's rest, and I'm happy to see you this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start off the day with breakaway sessions, and this morning we are going to have 3 breakaway sessions. We'll have one session on sexual reproductive health, ending teenage pregnancy and child marriage in Uganda, and that session is going to be conducted in this hall, which is called Nile Hall. And the chairperson for that session is Dr. Bonnie Wandera, who is a health analyst working with USAID Strategic Information Technical Support activity. And then the second session of this morning is on compulsory education and retention, youth skilling, technological innovation, and employment. That session is going to be conducted in Kagera Hall. Kagera Hall is just underneath Nile Hall, and that session is going to be chaired by Commissioner Mondo Chateka. He works as an assistant commissioner for youth and children's affairs at Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. And then lastly, today we have a third session, and this session is basically going to focus on youth, innovation and empowerment. That session is going to take place in Katonga Hall, and it's going to be chaired by Ms. Winfred Apio, a consultant adolescent working on issues of the youth at UNFPA. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the program for today. You have a choice to decide which session you want to attend, and as we said yesterday, you can always move from one session to the next one depending on which presentation you're interested in. We will have a tea break during the sessions, and then this morning session will end with lunch in the early afternoon, and after lunch we will come back here for the closing ceremony, and we hope to have Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Minister for Finance Planning and Economic Development, coming here to close the conference. So thank you so much for listening to me. I'll be getting back to you after lunch during the closing ceremony. Enjoy the deliberations. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now take this opportunity to invite Dr. Bonnie Wandera. I said he's a health analyst working with USAID Strategic Information Technical Support activity to come and chair the session. You're most welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Charles. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our first National Demographic Dividend Conference. Before we start, I'm going to invite our eminent speakers for today to join me up here. And all of you, all those of you who were here yesterday, you received the conference program. So in the conference program for the morning session, I'm calling Dr. Richard Sewachirianga to come and join me up here. Dr. Angela Nakafero, or one of them who is going to lead the presentation. Mr. Paulino Ariho and Dr. John Sekamate. I see him is around. So I am requesting that we come and sit here before the presentation. We can go through the presentation while we are seated here, just in case it's so cold for me alone up here. So, ladies and gentlemen, as our panelists are coming in front, the session is on sexual reproductive health, ending teenage pregnancy and child marriage in Uganda. I see Dr. Sekamate is going to join us here. I'm not sure whether Dr. Sewachirianga is around. Yes, I am kindly requesting that you join us at the front, and Mr. Paulino Ariho. As they are coming in front, ladies and gentlemen, at the secretariat or the entrance, we should have seen lots of handouts. We have had lots of information, discussions about teenage pregnancy in Uganda, and lots of discussions have been held, but we still know that about half of teenage mothers who we have in the country are from peasant backgrounds. We also know that nearly 1 in every 5 deliveries in Ugandan facilities, irrespective of private, public owned, by teenagers. We also know that they contribute a lot to infant mortality, as well as to almost 1 in 3 of all maternal deaths, and lots of expenditure on managing teenage mothers who have gotten complications. But we also know that in our different surveys done by the Bureau of Statistics, a correlation of teenage pregnancy and education with mothers with no or poor education are having a higher likelihood of having the teenage pregnancy, as well as issues related to income and lots of other economic indicators. In our session today, we want to come up with some innovation. What do we want to do going forward? How do we address the issue of teenage pregnancy as part of the contribution to harnessing the demographic dividend? Yesterday, we were told we should stop the talk and now we walk the talk, but most importantly is how. So, my eminent speakers are going to describe some of the issues, and the hope is that during the discussions and in some of their parting shots, they will give us the how. So without wasting much ado, the first speaker for the session this morning, ladies and gentlemen, according to the program, is Dr. Richard Sewachirianga, and he's going to talk to us about mapping the incidence of teenage pregnancy and teenage mothers in the COVID-19 recovery period in Uganda. Dr. Richard Sewachirianga is an advisor for the Policy Research and Strategic Partnership, and is also a senior research fellow at the Center for Basic Research. This institution is a leading academic, basic, and Policy Research Center based on one of the hills of Kampala. He's the immediate former executive director of the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation in Arusha and the Uganda NGO Forum. He has worked with the Ministry of Finance as a team leader for participatory poverty assessment for more than a decade. He has lots of experience, he's written lots, he's researched and spoken a lot on diversity of topics spanning gender, development, poverty, knowledge, policy, what have you. So he's also been writing about gender and philanthropy and is currently researching about that topic with the University of Indiana. So he also holds a doctorate in philanthropic leadership. So with that very abridged CV, ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to Dr. Richard Sewachirianga about his work on mapping the incidence of teenage pregnancy and teenage mothers in the COVID-19 recovery period. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session, for the kind words. Let me first get I have my presentation in front of me. I don't need my laptop. So I will quickly go into the presentation of this study. This work was really commissioned by the Ministry of Gender, and Social Development, and they did this in partnership with the UNFPA and other partners. And the idea behind this study was really to do a mapping of the incidence of teenage pregnancy and teenage mothers in the COVID-19 recovery period. And the reason for that was because of the statistics that were emerging around the fact that we were having quite significant numbers. So in the presentation I'm going to share is the basis of the paper that we shared. We draw this presentation from there, and it's sort of summarized. So I'll go through a few slides so you can get a sense of what is covered in the paper. I hope the organizers will make the full paper available to everybody so that they can read the detail, because I won't speak about all the detail here. Now, first is to say that this study was conducted in a few districts, really because of the resource constraint, and that was the district of Yumbe, Amudata, Mayuge, and Tagwenda, and also the city of Dira. And the study is really a precursor to possible national studies that the Ministry of Gender would like to put together, that will be conducted to establish the national severity of the incidence of teenage pregnancy and teenage mothers. Now, the purpose of this study was really to inform targeted planning and to address existing challenges of teenage pregnancies and ensure that the rights of teenage girls are upheld. Now, the study was also informed by evidence on the impact of COVID-19 in Uganda, which reveals that girls and women had been disproportionately affected compared to the boys and men. And the rise in teenage pregnancy, child marriages, and ultimately the number of adolescent mothers has been widely reported by the stakeholders. So in response, the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda championed this campaign to end teenage pregnancy, and this study was really done within the context of that campaign. The campaign is known as Protect the Girls, Protect the Nation. And against this background, the Ministry of Gender, with support from UNFPA UNFPA undertook this mapping of teenage pregnancy and teenage murders. So the objective was one to really map and identify teenage girls and teenage mothers and where they are located, to document the status of the the pregnant teenage girls and the teenage mothers, and then to establish the aspirations of the teenage pregnant mothers and teenage girls, pregnant girls, and the mothers, as well as a way of ensuring that we can inform future design and planned interventions. We reviewed quite a bit of literature before this study was, before we did the field work, and the literature there's all kinds of studies in Africa, across the world, that look at this question of teenage pregnancy and its impact on development. Teenage pregnancy is both a social and public health concern, because it's and in this sense it was juxtaposed with the corona pandemic. And so the crisis was deepened because of that. You had corona on one side, then you had, which was a public health concern, and then you had teenage pregnancy as a crisis that came up. Now, statistics show that 11% of the births or teenage pregnancy births occur among women aged between 15 and 19. And more than 90% of these births occur to women in less developed countries like Uganda, if you look at the global statistics. And for sub-Saharan Africa, it accounts for the highest rate of teenage pregnancy in the world, with up to 143 births per 1,000 women between the ages of 15 and 19. Now, a risky event, it's a risky event because teenage girls are not physically and also psychologically mature for reproduction. And I think that that's where the crisis lies eventually. And in the Uganda, the Ministry of Health statistics indicate that nearly 25% of teenage girls are pregnant by the age of 19 years. And that is really a pandemic in its own right. In 2020, over 354 young girls were pregnant, and this was recorded, and 196 in the first, 196,000 in the first 6 months of 2021. Now, that is a huge number, and relatedly, many of the adolescent girls are also at risk of contracting HIV, and they also face multiple vulnerabilities, as you see when we share the results of this study. And studies indicate that teenage mothers are influenced by psychosocial factors such as low self-esteem, low aspirations, low motivation, lack of role models, sometimes unrealistic goals, and limited resources for providing cognitively stimulating home environments for their babies. And those are issues that are critical. So that was broadly just a summary of the literature that we sort of looked at before diving into this study. So the way we designed it in terms of methodology is we did both the qualitative and quantitative, used both brief approaches. We did a number of focus group discussions with some in-depth interviews that were used to collect data from the teenage pregnant girls themselves, as well as the teenage mothers and community members and some of the key stakeholders that we sampled. We did, as I said, a mini household survey using a questionnaire, and then a data sheet was designed for collecting some of the qualitative characteristics for the pregnant girls and teenage mothers. And the study will also set up a robust quality assurance mechanism to ensure that there is strict adherence to the ethical considerations as well as safeguarding measures. Because as you know, the question of teenage pregnancy is not one that is easily discussed even by the victims themselves, but also in the community. So we had to put together a few measures. As I said, the sample size, we did 4 districts, 4 villages per district, which were 16 villages. We covered 222 households and 172 pregnant teenagers and teenage mothers were sampled per secret. And it's important to understand that that was a cohort within the whole sample where we went into the communities and identified specifically teenage mothers as well as pregnant girls who we then talked to specifically. Now, in terms of household characteristics for this sample, 69% of the households were male-headed households and 31 were female-headed, and the mean age of the household is about 46.72 years. 31% of the household heads were between 45 and 54. 20% were between 35 and 44. A few within 18, and 10% of the household heads had a disability, and 4% of the household members had a disability. Just to do some, we did some disability disaggregation also. And this was the distribution, just quickly to see that yes, the biggest number didn't have disabilities, but then there were a number of households where there were people with either physical, walking, disabilities, but the numbers were not a lot. In terms of distribution of household population, this just shows you the distribution in terms of household size. The yellow that I have highlighted there just sort of gives you a sense that, most of the households had 6 or more people within one household. And that was, the average is about 66.2%. Now, let's go to the characteristics of the pregnant and teenage mothers in that cohort of 172 that I talked about. Now, this study, as I said, reached that total, 172, and 70% of those were teenage mothers, 19% were pregnant, 3% were once pregnant and lost a child, and 8% had never been pregnant but were married. So there were also a few teenage mothers who were married but not yet pregnant. The marital status, 47% within that cohort said they were married, 18% had separated from their husbands, and then about 2% were widows, but 33% were never married, meaning they had a child, but they didn't marry the man who made them pregnant. So these are the demographics just to show you on a graph what it looks like in terms of the teenagers that were sampled. Those that have children are quite many, and the colors just show you the distribution as per age groups. You see that between the ages of 13 and 17, that's the blue bar. It's also quite high, as well as those between 18 and 19. Marital status, this is what it shows you, what I've just described also, that several of them were married. Now, the thing here which we have to really appreciate is that these statistics show you that the girls between the ages of 13 and 17, nearly 47% were married, and the girls between the ages of 18 and 19. So this means that you had a huge number of young girls who were already in a marriage relationships of some kind. But also on the other side of the table, so you don't have it up here. I'm talking to myself. But on the other side of the table, there is of the graph. There is another which shows the numbers that were never married, and that's why it is lower. But it is also very many girls who are pregnant are also not married or are not in a relationship for some because they're not supposed to be any. When you come to education levels, will you be able to show the slides? Because I can't talk to. Will you be able to show the slides up here? The people don't want to see my face; they want to see the data. Okay. So when you look at the education levels of the teenage mothers, you can see the distribution. Those who had never gone to school, we are a few in all the age groups, 13 to 17, 18 to 19, and the total. But you can see that primary, those who had gone up to primary school, the numbers were high, nearly 75% between the ages of 13 and 17 had gone to primary school. And then those in secondary school, of course, were fewer. When another question that we posed is to find out if teenage pregnancy was common across the board, and this we asked the respondents, and nearly 82% did say that yes, this was something that happened among those who are in the female-headed households. In the male-headed households, about 75. But you can see that nearly 77% of all the respondents we talked to, we are saying teenage pregnancy is common. And that, I think, is a huge concern, because if there are so many people thinking that this is a common occurrence and therefore it's okay for it to happen, that is also an issue that we have to deal with in our society. Households that we are reporting cases of teenage pregnancy, because we also try to find out from the sample how many households had a teenage, have ever experienced a young girl with pregnancy when she was a teenager. And from the bar, as you can see up, the longest bar there, 13 to 17, nearly 77.9%, we are saying that the girls between 13 to 17 had become pregnant in these communities. So that's also a big number to think about. Now, the total number of households that reported teenage pregnancies in this cohort of 222 households that were sampled was 149. Now, 149 out of 222 is quite a big number. And out of those 149 households that reported teenage pregnancy, there were 162 cases reported, meaning that in some households you had more than one case of teenage pregnancy reported. And 91% of the 149 households reported at least one teenage pregnancy, which is quite a big number. In terms of prevalence of teenage pregnancy across all sites, community members observe that the prevalence of teenage pregnancy is much higher than what is reported by community members. And as one respondent said, there is nothing strange about a pregnant girl that warrants us reporting it to any authority. Teenage girls getting pregnant is normal in our community. This was somebody in a focus group in Amuda. In the districts of Amuda and Yumbe, actually, the situation was also compounded by the fact that there was also a lot of teenage child marriage, where communities were ready to marry off young girls. And in both districts, teenage mothers between the ages of 12 and 17 who were married, when they conceive, they are not counted among the teenage mothers. So when a girl of 14 or 15 gets married and then she conceives, in their own discussion, they wouldn't count that as a teenage mother. Yes, of course, we know that that would still be a teenage mother. Overall reported teenage pregnancy for less than 15 years, that is 15 and 19. This we looked at the data, the district health office's biostatistics, they really also, we are reporting quite a number or a high number. In AMDAT, they were showing that between 2020 to 2025, there were a number, of course, they were showing a bit of a decline, but still they were in over 2,000 in all cases. In Yumbe, there was also a slight decline, and in Mayuge, and although in Kagwenda, there was quite a sharp increase in the numbers that are recorded. Now, these are the numbers that they are captured in the biostatistics of the district. But as we said before, some of the community members don't think it's important to mention this to anybody. The reported age at first pregnancy by the teenage girls. Now, this is just to show you, at what age did they get pregnant. And you can see from the table there that the girls between 12 and 17, they were about 81.1% that got pregnant by that time, within that time, and only 18.9% in the age group of 18 and 19, meaning that girls were getting pregnant much, much earlier. But what were the contributing factors? The synthesis of their issues and analysis that we had, it was clear that there were a number of factors, but the dropout rates from school came out quite high. The closure of schools during the COVID period, the lack of privacy in homes, the unregulated sexual content. I think many community members say that there is too much sexual content in the public media, on radios, on all kinds of places, in video chats and everywhere. Household poverty was also mentioned, where young girls then are seen and sometimes treated as commodities for exchange. And then gender-based domestic violence was also an issue, and also child neglect, meaning that some of these girls were just neglected and they are on their own, and they fall prey of all kinds of attractions that they end up being pregnant. But also poor parenting, meaning that there are also many people who were not doing what they are supposed to do. We asked the question, were you in school at the time you were first pregnant? And again, you can see nearly 50% said yes, we were in school, although those between 12 and 17 years, although there was also another high number, about 40% who were not in school. So in there, I think it's true, it's of concern that even being in school was not protecting some of these girls. We asked who is responsible and for the teenage pregnancy, and this data just shows you the age group of the father and then the age group of the pregnant girls. You can see that between the ages of 15 and 17, the age group of the teenage girls is between 13 and 17 was about 20%, and then between 18 and 19 it's about 6.8. But the yellow one shows you that the age group between 18 and 24 was usually the age group where you had many fathers in that age group. Many of the boys who were making girls pregnant were in the age group of 18 and 24. Now, that's an important statistic because it shows you that actually what we are having is a lot of pregnancy happening among young people. So, we usually have this idea that, oh, it's old men who are going around, making the girls pregnant. But what we saw in the data here was that the number of young boys who are even themselves still youth, who are making girls pregnant, was quite high. Here we were getting up to 72.8% within the age group of 18 and 24. And I think that that's plus, we were not getting as much numbers within this cohort. And of course, we would love to do a national study and see if our data correlates with the national picture. But within this cohort, it's clear that you have a crisis where young people are making other young people pregnant. The occupation of the father of the child, 21% were in crop production, 17% in border, 15% in fisheries, 12% the girls were not aware of what the young boy or father was doing, and 10% reported that the father was a student. So again, you can see that most of these were people in not so well-to-do backgrounds. Father of the child by disability, we didn't find many, although there was a few that had a disability, either in physical walking or in visual disability, but the numbers were quite low. Age of baby of teenage mothers, the ones we talked to last year, between the month of 0 to 6 months, they were up to 40%. That means that they had got their babies in the recent past. Between the ages of 6 to 11 months, they are about 18%. And then between the ages of 12 and 24 months, we're about 36%, which tells you, that most of the mothers have just had their baby in the last 2 years, meaning that that's the time when we had COVID and the lockdowns. Residential status of the pregnant girls and teenage mothers, 47% of the pregnant girls and teenage mothers were currently staying with their parents. So many times, in many instances, that's what we found. 18% with the father of the child, and only 5% were staying on their own, and 2% were staying with their relatives. Pregnant teenage girls, we found of the 172 teenage pregnant girls, teenage mothers and married teenage girls with no children. That's the cohort that we worked with, and 19% reported that they were pregnant, and of those who were pregnant, 26% were in the age groups of 13 to 17, and then those who were older, 18 to 19 years, were only 15%. And 30% of the pregnant girls reported that they were in their first trimester, and another 30% reported that they were in their second. And the girls who reported to have pregnancies between 2 to 5 months in the ages 13 to 17, as we saw, is quite high, which is about 75%.
Excuse me, Dr. I see people seem to be burning some questions, and for the sake of time,
okay,
the question will take for about 2 minutes, and then we'll wind up.
Okay. All right. So we can skip some of the statistics because there are many, and since they are available in the document, I think you can read through them. But let me summarize some of the key things, and then I'll go into looking at the recommendations that we made. We also looked at the status of teenage mothers, how many children they had. Those who had one was about 95%, those who had two were about 4%. Who was the main caregiver? Parents were still some of the main caregivers. The level of stigmatization. This is a question that looked at how does the community take a girl who has been pregnant. The feeling ashamed of a teenage mother, those who were feeling extremely ashamed were about 35%, but then there are those also who were not at all feeling ashamed, and they were not feeling that there was a hostility at community level. Co-wives, if these teenage mothers had a co-wife, there were very few, and there were also a few who had, but a number of them who said they had experienced some kind of gender-based violence, which was about 18%. Not knowledge on access and use of family planning, they said yes, they are knowledgeable on where. Those who were 13 to 17, 72% say they know. But using family planning before the first pregnancy, nearly 90% say they have not used any family planning. So yes, they had the knowledge, but they hadn't used any of the services. Support to teenage pregnant mothers. What we found is that there was no structured support in most of the communities, apart from a few instances where you have a church or some village health team or some NGOs which were offering some little support. If you go on to aspirations, just to summarize, because it's a long story, but the aspirations is that most of them, their aspirations was to acquire skills, and they were talking about skills that we are familiar with, like hairdressing, tailoring, craft making. A few were interested in going back into mainstream school, but also others were saying, they are willing to go back to school, but on condition that they don't go back to school in their community. And also there are those who exhibited helplessness, who just felt that they didn't know what they needed to do at all. Now, barriers, why is it that they couldn't achieve their aspirations? Most of them say the biggest problem, they had nowhere to put the child. The cultural views were also a problem. There was this privileging of boy children. So a girl who gives birth to a boy is quickly accepted into the father's home and all that kind of thing, and that didn't happen for the other girls. But also fear of another pregnancy, but also in some cases where they were married, the husbands were obstructive, but also the market of their skills was not as big. This is just to show you the prevalence of child marriage, and it is up to nearly 85%. And that's a huge number, but for purposes of time, I don't have enough to talk about. And the common age, as you can see, the ages between 13 and 17 was what people say they prefer their girls to get married at, and 18 and 24 were 47%, and 18 and 24 were 48%. But I can explain that in the discussion. And this is just
Doctor.
Yes?
I'm afraid that you're going to give us some recommendations, take-home actions for now.
Okay, so let me do this. Let me just show you the slide of recommendations. Will you give me 2 minutes so that I go through the recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. So in 2 minutes, one of the things that we thought was important is that we as a country need to conduct a policy audit and consolidate all those processes and legislation that support teenage pregnancy, the eradication of teenage pregnancy. It's important that there is a policy review that is undertaken so that the pieces of legislation to curb teenage pregnancy are all in one comprehensive policy and toolkit, so that as a country we are not speaking, without different languages. Creating stronger partnerships is critical because it was clear that the cases across the board are many, and we need to do something to bring them down. Expanding vocational training services for teenage mothers. I think as you saw that some of them, their aspirations are not so far, and it's important that government and partners think about how to expand relevant vocational skills. Developing supportive approaches to policing services for stopping teenage pregnancy is important because some people were saying it's not important, we don't think it's important for us to go to police, and that in itself is the problem, because if there is no recourse in the law to help these young people, it becomes a problem. Strengthening community mobilization interventions is also critical to have more people that stand against teenage pregnancy, because as the study shows you, we still have lots of people. And lastly, the issue of teenage pregnancy. Thank you very much, Chair, and I apologize for my long presentation.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sawachiri. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard that presentation. It took about 35 minutes. So Dr. Sawachiri robustly shared with us nearly 400,000 teenage pregnancies per year. I was going to ask one audience member for a question, but I'm going to, since I have the microphone, I'm going to ask this question just to put issues in context. Your presentation had something to do with COVID. Do you want us to get the message that the issues of teenage pregnancy are due to COVID per se, or even without COVID, the issues are still there?
Right. I think that what the data shows us is that COVID made the problem worse. Why? Because the girls were out of school, as you saw. One of the contributing factors was they were out of school. If I had presented the data from the focus group discussion, the fact that why you saw that the numbers are also of young people, young boys and young girls are higher is because all of them were out of school. And during that time, they were interacting a lot. And that's why you saw the numbers going up. But it's also true that the level of acceptance of teenage pregnancy is scary. I personally didn't think, I didn't know that that is how much people accepted that a young girl between 12 and 17 it's okay for her to go to get married. And I think that, for me, it's much more the fundamental problem. So what COVID did was really help accelerate an already big pandemic. So we have to find ways in which we make teenage pregnancy unacceptable to all community members, to say that it's wrong. Because as I told you, there was a lot of child marriage in some districts where they send the child away, and she's a child, and everybody sees it's a child, and they say it's okay. And that, I think, is the much more critical problem that we are faced with as a country.
Yes, I wanted that to come out as a clarification that with or without COVID, we are having teenage parents. When we talk about teenage pregnancy, implicitly we are looking at girls. But we have seen that nearly 70% of the responsible men are also between 18 and 24 years. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sawachiri talked about having supportive approaches to help these pregnant parents, and talking about aspirations and acquiring skills. I want to make an announcement that we have parallel sessions. One of the sessions is on providing youth innovation and empowerment. I have been informed that some people in here are interested in that, and please, you can walk out slowly and go to Katonga Hall. Not that we don't like you, but you might have more to contribute to that session, which in the end will also trickle in here when we receive the conference proceedings. But we also have another session in Kagera Hall on compulsory education and retention. We have seen teenage parents wanting some form of education. So youth skilling, innovation and employment. So there is a parallel session in Katonga Hall and in Kagera Hall. So feel free to go there. So without wasting much time, I'm going to call our next presenter. And our next presenter is also a researcher. I'm in a panel of researchers. Is Dr. Paulino Ariho. He's a PhD fellow at Makerere University, Department of Population Studies. He holds a master's degree in demography and productive health. He he has nearly a decade of teaching and research, and is researching on migration and of Ugandans from the Middle East. He's published a lot of work and presented multiple papers. He has not more than 15 minutes to talk to us about sexual and reproductive health practices. So Dr. Ariel, or Dr. should be Ariel, you have less than 15 minutes. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've been introduced. I'm presenting about sexual and reproductive health practices, desired family size, and the contraceptive intentions of young women in Uganda. Officer Sam. So generally sub-Saharan Africa is the home to high fertility rates, as well as the highest unmet need for family planning. And this is not a situation that is different from our country, Uganda. Contraception has a number of advantages. The first one being that it decreases fertility, but also impacts on the health of mothers and their children. And it also helps in preventing unplanned pregnancies that may have negative consequences. In the long run, contraception also offers enormous economic benefits, including contributing to the attainment of the demographic dividend. Obviously, it enables the changes in age structure that are crucial for achieving the demographic dividend, but also as well provides an opportunity for women to have spacing of their children so they can concentrate on work and be productive. So in sub-Saharan Africa's high fertility countries such as Uganda, the proportion of women who intend to use contraception remains low, despite, of course, having the near universal knowledge on family planning. For instance, in Uganda, more than 99% of women are reported to know a method of family planning, and yet the contraceptive prevalence rate remains low. And for people who are planning for this demographic dividend, it is important that we think about accelerated fertility reduction, and so we look at those who are not using family planning and their intentions in the future. And so we focus on the data that was collected in 2016 by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics on sexual, reproductive health, and demographic indicators. So this data collected, or rather this survey collected information from men, women, couples, and households. But in this presentation, I'm focusing on the women's data set, which I'm also going to focus on women who were not aged more than 24 years. So a total of 18,506 women aged between 49 years were interviewed during the 2016 UDSS, but the analysis here is on a weighted sample of 8,086 women who were aged 15 to 24 years. So the division variable, or the outcome variable, is the intention to use family planning in the future, and this was recorded on a binary scale into those who intend to use family planning in the future and those who do not intend to use family planning. So among those that intend to use family planning in the future, we have those that we also use in family planning. So those were combined with those that we intended to use in future, but those that do not intend to use family planning had never used any family planning method. The independent variables that I use in this paper age of the woman, education attained, residence, region, marital status, number of children ever born, the preferred number of children, recent sex activity, ever use of family planning, and the pregnancy termination. The description of those variables are that with the region of residence, for instance, we are talking about where these women were interviewed from, and marital status is looking at whether they were never married, currently married, or formerly married. Then with recent sex activity, we are talking about whether in the 4 months preceding the survey, they had had sexual intercourse, or they had never had sexual intercourse in their lives, or they had never had sexual intercourse, but in the 4 months they were not sexually active. So those were 3 categories. So data analysis, I begin by generating frequency distributions to show the distribution of the women by their social demographic characteristics, sexual and reproductive behaviors, and the contraceptive intentions. And then I assessed whether these characteristics were associated with future contraceptive intentions. And this is done by using the Pearson chi-square test, since all the variables had been categorized. And then I go ahead and see the impact of these variables on the intention while controlling for those others. So then DHS recommends that this data, before you conduct any analysis, should be weighted, because in some cases you may have oversampling and undersampling. So this weighting adjusts for that complex nature of the sampling design. So the findings, I first describe the sample that slightly more than half of the young women analyzed were aged 15 to 19. So these were adolescents. And this is a general picture of the whole report of the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey. The adolescents seem to be more. And then majority of these young women were from rural areas, and more than half had just attained a primary level of education, and that is still low. Then 39% of the women were Catholics, then 31% were Anglicans, 16% were Pentecostals, while 14% were Muslims. And I note here that this was based on the question of religious denomination, and they may have nothing to do with the religiosity and religiousness of the respondents. They didn't go into the details, so that when we analyze the impact of religion, we may have to have a long discussion about this. Then 38% of these young women were sexually active in the 4 weeks before the survey, and 32% had never had sex, while 30% were not sexually active in the 4 weeks that preceded the survey, but they have never had sex. Then regarding family planning, the findings indicate that 38% of these young women had ever used family planning, and 53% were never married, but 41% were currently married at the time of the survey. Then regarding childbirth, the study finds that 36% had ever given birth to 1 to 2 children, and 9% had ever given birth at least 3 children. So these are young people, but you see 36% having given birth to at least 2 children, and of course the 9% that have given birth to 3 and above. So that's a big number also. And yet these are the factors that contribute to high fertility. Then pregnancy termination, 8% of the young women have ever had a terminated pregnancy. So this pregnancy termination, the survey is not clear whether this termination was spontaneous or induced. But we know that both of them occur, and both of them are not good. So regarding fertility preferences, I used the question on the ideal number of children that these young women prefer. And the graph shows that 60% of these young women preferred to have 3 to 4 children. And you can see that we still have those 28% that prefer to have about 5 children and more. And so we see these are indicators of high fertility preferences that might also not be good for fertility reduction efforts, and therefore for the campaigns to achieve and the demographic dividend. Then intention to use family planning in the future, we see that about 1 in 4 of these young women did not have an intention to use family planning in the future. So this is 25%, but it's about more than 2,000 of these young women who said that they did not have an intention to use family planning in the future, and if they are never using family planning. So that's a big number. Then differentials in intention to use family planning in the future, I summarized the findings in this graph. I hope is a bit clear. And we see that among those, regarding age, among those who were not having an intention to use family planning in future, the percentage was highest in the age group of 15 to 19 at 69%. And then regarding education, we see 64% had attained only primary education, and then we have 32%. Then religion. So religion, we see that the Catholic, the young women who say they belong to the Catholic religion, 38% of all those that do not intend to use family planning in the future were Catholics. Of course, we see they are followed by the Anglicans. Then I think the regions are very small. I can look at the ideal number of children or the particular preference. The graph shows that the proportion of those that they had no intention to use family planning was highest among those who preferred to have 3 to 4 children in the future. Then regarding the sexual and reproductive health factors and the intentions to use family planning, we see that those who did not have an intention to use family planning, majority were those that have never had sex. That's 54%. And then also majority were those that had never used family planning, those that were never married, those that had never given birth, and those that had never had a terminated pregnancy. Those are the biggest, those had the biggest percentages among those who had no intention to use family planning. And so the intention is to, so now I do the the binary logistic regression to see which factors significantly influence intention to not use family planning in the future, or having no intention to use family planning in the future. Yeah, finalizing. So we find that young women who reported having primary education and those with secondary education were less likely to have no intention to use family planning. In other words, those with no education had a higher likelihood of not intending to use family planning. Then Muslim young women were 1.4 times likely to have no intention to use family planning in the future. And similarly, the Pentecostals, this of course being compared with the Anglicans, and we see that the Pentecostals and the Muslims had a higher likelihood of having no intention to use family planning. And then Bugisu region, we had a low likelihood compared to Kampala. Then Teso region had a higher likelihood compared to Kampala. And young women that preferred to have 3 to 4 children were less likely to have no intention to use family planning. And then about sexual activities, we find low likelihood of intention to use family planning among those that were sexually active. Then the young women that had ever used family planning were also less likely to have no intention to use family planning. And of course, this is partly because they have experience with these methods and maybe have better information, and so their intentions are well known. Then the women that reported to have ever given birth were less likely to have no intention. So then pregnancy termination, the young women who had a terminated pregnancy were almost 1.4 times likely to have no intention to use family planning. So in conclusion, we need investments in young people's sexual and reproductive health in order to improve maternal health in the future, and also accelerate reduction in fertility, which is essential for harnessing the demographic dividend in Uganda. And then sexual and reproductive health education among young people, various religious and cultural backgrounds is needed. And we need to focus on regions such as Teso. In yesterday's presentation here, I saw Teso also had the highest fertility rates. And here we saw also a high likelihood of not intending to use family planning among these young people. And then there is need for continuous engagement of religious leaders of all denominations on sexual and reproductive health matters. And then changes in ideal family size preferences are key for demand and the actual family planning use. And these will be achieved with strengthened family planning advocacy and engagement. So government efforts in increasing enrollment in primary and secondary schools for the girl child are appreciated, but more is needed in ensuring that these are retained so that they can complete secondary school at least, or even higher, so as to benefit from these, to contribute to the attainment of the dividend. And as the research has indicated, while we talk about the demographic dividend, it may not be achieved if there is no attainment of the education dividend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ariho, for that excellent presentation and for keeping time. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've had that secondary analysis from our own data, giving us lots of information about fertility intentions and some pointers on the need for education. And I know I must have rushed in, but there are also some indicators of how, for those of you from the health sector, should be engaging religious leaders about use of family planning for really planning for healthy timing and spacing of pregnancy, not for controlling fertility, but for healthy timing and spacing of pregnancy. And I know this is very pertinent for some religious sects, and so it should come out very, very clearly. Of course, it was concerning that a quarter of those respondents in the UDHS had no intention of using contraception. The organizers have scheduled these presentations in a format for us to be able to think through. We have heard in the first presentation about the burden of pregnancy among young people. Now we have heard something about their intentions of deciding when and how frequent they should be having a pregnancy. So it is important that if we get those key messages and still go back to the theme of the conference, how do we want to harness the demographic dividend in order to achieve our Vision 2040? So how are we going to be able to reduce this very big bottom base that we are looking after? It has a lot of economic impact and all. I see people are itching to have questions, but I want to invite Dr. Sekamate to give us some insights of the cause of teenage pregnancies for 15 minutes. Then we shall have questions thereabout. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, our next presenter, I'm opening to find his bio, is none other than Dr. John B. Sekamate Sebuliba. He's a population and development consultant. He holds both a PhD and an MPhil degree in demography from Brown University. He has just retired from NPA, and he was the manager of population and the social sector planning. He has vast experience in the integration of population factors in development planning, which helps in shaping conceptualization and design, which was useful in the design of the Uganda Vision 2040. Dr. Sekamate also has had a long academic career in research, starting off as a lecturer, later head of department of the population studies in the Institute of Statistics and Applied Economics at Makerere University. Ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to Dr. Sekamate to talk to us about teenage pregnancy in Uganda and the cause of inaction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, both for giving me this opportunity, but also for that kind introduction. Unfortunately, the organizers somehow can't find the presentation, but they promise that they are looking around very seriously and are likely to find it.
As they try to find the presentation, I think I saw some burning question. I don't know. Yes, we can take some few questions. Is there a mic in the Charles? Do we have a mic down that side? There is a honorable from Chivoga. We have some. If it's only this one, then I can put it. Charles, you pass. She's going to be very brief and will address the question to a particular person. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Kaya Christine Nachimuero. I'm Chiboga District 1 MP. Thank you very much, Dr. Sewachirianga. We used to relate well when you were still in the NGO forum, and I was also in civil society. We thank you for the report. Even in the parliament, we are battling to see how we manage the issue of teenage pregnancies. Because these populations, yes, are good, we are co-creating, but not in the right time and not with the right people. So my concern was on the cultures. In your research, did you look at how cultures influence teenage pregnancies? Because currently, when the boy who impregnates accepts to marry, he's not imprisoned, he's not reported, he's given a go-ahead to marry. But after some time, obviously, they drop off. So it is a serious challenge, the influence of the cultures. There is a fear that men are getting scarce, and if this one has accepted to take her to 14 or 15, let's just clap hands. That's what is taking place. So some of those cultural attributes. And then the other issue is on education. I think COVID also disorganized our age. Because of recent, I attended an athletics competition at the district for primary schools. But you can imagine there are groups of 16 and below in primary for girls. I think because of COVID, we need to lower the age at which we start P1. I don't know where it came from that a kid must start at 6 years. And then others are like, mine is still young, is still weak. Dear members present here, should your daughter be in primary at 16 years, you are finished. It is very difficult to prevent teenage pregnancy. So the age, we need to lower it based on the effect of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Moses Chilwanga. I'm a farmer from 10 farmers. My concern goes to the other person who presented the statistics of the denominations. I saw you presenting from different denominations, but my worry is for those, the non-believers. Did you get the statistics? And another point is from, as an Adventist, I don't think I belong to the Pentecostals. I'm not among the Pentecostals, but I saw no documents from my church. I need to know where I fall, because I might be contented that I'm not among those. Moreover, my church is decaying. So I need those statistics, not the generality of the Pentecostals.
Yes, can we come at this second table? Yes. Doctor, are you ready? Are we ready? No. No, we can have questions. We are not losing any time, so it's okay. So we're going to have 2 questions, and then we shall first respond to those total 4.
All right. Yeah, my name is Sulaimana Ugwayo, the district card Kiliandongo Muslim district. And I'm a champion in my district on farming planning. Now, the first presenter, we thank you very much. You presented the statistics of teenage pregnancies, girls who are getting married when they are still young. And me, I'm saying, this issue, it is a very nice information, and the challenge is, how are we going to reach this information to these responsible people? For example, as we are discussing here, you will find that in many districts, villages, you will find that people are not in fact, they are not taking this issue as a serious issue. For example, in my district, there are other cultures. For them, in fact, we had a research with my colleagues, Pathfinder, Ikobi, and others. You find that they don't regard early marriage as a very bad act in the community. Now, how are we going to make these people understand, realize the effect of early pregnancies or early marriage. I'm saying this because there are other cultures, for them they need their children to get married at early stage in villages. So for us as religious leaders, we don't believe with this. We accept that a girl below 18 years is not allowed to get married because he's still young. He has no knowledge of managing a home. Therefore, I pose a question to the presenter that now how are we going to make these people understand all of this information such that we can secure them at that early stage. Because we as religious leaders, we are trying our best, but we are seeing that we need a hand from up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the presenters. Jackie Katana, founder and director, Faith for Family Health Initiative. It's an interfaith NGO. Just to start from where our champion Sheikh stopped. And this addresses the two presenters. One of the recommendations when you talk about engage religious leaders, it's not engaging them, bringing them the way we brought them here, and they are not even able to get time to share experience. Actually, here they are even allowed. In others, they are invited to give prayers. So let's talk about meaningful engagement and involvement of religious leaders and interfaith religious leaders. But all we do is to take their pictures, they come and open prayers and close and go. The other recommendation that Faith for Family Health Initiative is using, and that's why you see some champions in the room, we call it champion building. Champion building is start from national to the district, but we've not had resources to go to the communities. So that we have people who are able to reason the way Sheikh is reasoning and is able to interpret the information. Capacity building or deliberate capacity building and strategy for religious leaders and cultural leaders, if we think that that's the trend. We also have a cultural leaders from Rakhine Kingdom. We've had time he would share. The other one is appropriate language, and thank you, moderator, for quickly here, because you had the ones that are champions, but if that language of fertility control was used in the other audience that is not exposed, then you're creating a barrier. And that's why this project we are partnering with Pathfinder. That's why Pathfinder, you see them, they use and others, health timing and spacing. So when you use that, then you're talking about quality families. And the religious leader will be interested because they also want quality population. When we are training them, I always ask them, if you have a congregation, one brings 100,000 for tithe, another brings a coin because they are poor. Even when the Bible says that the poor will get to the kingdom to God. But you see them being announced as given Francis. So the reason is that nobody wants a poor population. So how can we get all those dynamics and package information according to their scriptures and appropriately? And finally, to Mr. Sewachilianga, I'm glad that this was, yesterday was partly supported by UNFPA. I sometime back worked with UNFPA in Karamoja, and they came up with what they called a community convergence strategy. When that project ended, I think they dropped it. I don't know whether the people who implemented it have not seen them. Now, that strategy would help to get community information. Because what we have here is what the demographic dividend is going to give us. But most of the information, as you rightly said, is not reported. It's in the community. So how can we use strategies where we get information from the community so that when we are designing strategies, we have evidence. And we know evidence is powerful. Even what you presented, we all got concerned. So if you have more statistics that are real, then everyone will stand and say, what is it that we need to do? Thank you so much. I now mean 1 second to pass on the SDA champion because he was challenged, and then maybe one comment from these religious leaders.
Thank you, Madam, and the Chair, plus everyone around. I'm Pastor Mikisa Precious, FPA champion, Kibali District and religious coordinator, as far as Pathfinder is concerned.
as religious leaders, this research we are getting is really alarming. We call this sexual immorality. In other words, our congregations are losing self-control in matters of spirituality. Someone said, complex problems require complex solutions. I think as religious leaders, we have where we can start from. The first thing, these people, we always meet them at least every week, and we talk to them. Can we integrate these facts and solutions as they've recommended them in our gospel, so that we can have a well-balanced information to our people? We can even organize age-averaged information to certain categories of people, like the youth. We have the youth forum meetings, the women. In our counseling sessions of unmarried, the married ones, we can incorporate this. With respect that there is no denomination that fights against family planning. I have not yet seen that, except the modalities how we conduct it. Then another thing, when we are talking about health timing and proper spacing of children, the Bible goes to another step of telling us that we need also to consider the issue of capacity building to this couple or to these married people on how to provide for their children. As I told you yesterday, it condemns having a big family that you cannot take care of. In fact, to talk more about it, it says you will not go even to heaven. If you have a big family and you can't take care of it, you will not go to heaven. So our Bible allows that. Then another thing I wanted to talk about is this. These things we can also handle as stakeholders, like high school dropouts. Talk about poor parenting as some of the reasons as why teenage pregnancy is high. We can handle as religious people because we are with these people and we reach down in their homes. We can counsel them. We can build self-esteem in these things. Except I have some reservations on how these teenagers who have been in school and left, got pregnant or married off, how will they be enrolled back in school? How will it be sustained for some good time? Thank you. I wish all the best.
Thank you very much. I know Ms. Katana talked about meaningful engagement, but I'm also constrained to I see we have more time after break, and Dr. Sekamate has been standing. I am gently requesting that Dr. Sekamate finishes the presentation. We have noted some questions. When we come back after break 3, we shall have those 2 presentations and then a longer session for Q&A. I really beg that we do it that way. I hope we understand. I am very sorry.
I request you to allow me, because yesterday it was the same. I put up my hand and I was stopped from speaking. So I beg that you allow me, please.
You are going to give a comment or a comment, but they will answer it after the break.
No problem. Thank you very much for allowing me. When it comes to the problem of teenage pregnancy and also young mothers, I call them, we have the biggest challenge is on parenting. And then number 2 is that the information, we have good information, but this information we come and share it in such a form, and it does not come to the grassroots. And that is why Jackie was bringing in the proposal that then this information comes to the grassroots through the church leaders who access very many people. Because every Sunday we are on the altar, and like for the Catholic Church, we preach every day, we have Mass every day, and we have the chance to disseminate this information. Now, when this information comes and is presented by so many doctors, thank you very much for studying, but then when it does not come to the grassroots, we are wasting time. And then number two is when it comes to advocacy. Sometimes we see the problems taking place in our communities, but we don't not know. Because when the information gets to the rightful people, then there are other people who goes through the element of corruption, and they corrupt the parents and corrupt the people who are in charge. At the end of the day, the problem does not get a solution, and it becomes the order of the day. And then the other one is to enlighten the cultures. Like I come from Montoroko, call it Butuku. When a girl of 14 is carried for marriage, you take this case to the police. The parents of both families will congregate at the police, and they have the problem solved there by paying the dowry. So these things are supposed to have full information and also the follow-up. Because when it comes to cases solving, we have a problem of corruption. This one is for every sub-county, if I'm not mistaken, every LC1, and maybe every district. I'm sorry for presenting something that is controversial. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. Over to Dr. Sekamate. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to, on behalf of the organizers, to apologize for that mishap. I don't know how it came about. They couldn't find the presentation, and it was by the grace of God that I carried my laptop, and I had to supply it again. But this is a paper on teenage pregnancy, the cause of inaction. So you could say that it puts what the previous two presenters have presented in context. That, okay, they have laid out the problems. If we do nothing, does it have a cost? Should we worry about doing nothing about that? Now, this study was commissioned by National Population Council and National Planning Authority, and funded by UNFPA, and I'm presenting on behalf of the team. Now, what are the issues, that that are being discussed here? Well, as you have heard, since yesterday, the problem of teenage pregnancy, that it was declining, because in 1995 it was 44%, 2000 it was 31%, so it looked like it was declining. But over the next 15 years, it stagnated. We are not sure what it is now, but anecdotal evidence says it may even have increased. So that's a big issue. Then a second issue is that we put this in the context of Uganda Vision 2040. Again, I don't have to remember this point because it was being made all the way from yesterday, that we have to build human capital on the basis of our abundant human resource. But that human capital must be healthy, it must be properly educated, and it must be appropriately skilled. So if the issue of teenage pregnancy now becomes an issue in that context. In terms of methodology, the data and methods, we use secondary data, mostly from Uganda Bureau of Statistics, like UDHS reports, National Household Surveys, and so on. Then data from the Ministry of Health, like the DHIS, Now, in terms of the actual analytical methods, we use contingency tables, testing for significance. Social costs were estimated through logistical regression, and then economic costs were established using a teenage pregnancy economic impact model, which was developed by Social Research International, an organization in the US. Now, to just share with you some of the findings. Again, this is not new. The previous presenter has also alluded to this. So, what I just want to highlight here from this graph is that you can see that education is a big game changer, as people have been saying. Now, the flip side of this is that without education, behavior is the same. With the exception of what Dr. Sewachgang has showed, now you can see that if these girls don't go to school, there will be no difference between teenage pregnancy. They will be getting pregnant early. Then in terms of education, occupation, we can see that the teenage mothers, among the teenage mothers, only 5% were employed as professionals. And nearly half were employed as, well, they call it self-employed in agriculture, but actually that's a euphemism. What they mean that these are just peasants. So on the other hand, only 25% of non-teenage mothers were peasants. So definitely it makes a difference. And then I also want to emphasize that the effects of teenage pregnancy are felt both at the macro and the micro level. So what I presented there, this is at the micro level, at the level of the household, at the level of the individual team. And I don't want to spend too much time on this because my colleagues have presented that already. Now, at the macro level, the level of the community, of the society, level of the country, the economy, you can see that teenage pregnancy, when we look at it at a macro level, nearly half, 46% of these births are unwanted. That's what these teenagers report. So if they are unwanted, this is a cry for help. We need to do something. It is a very big challenge. Then secondly, in another dimension, in terms of infant and maternal mortality, teenage pregnancies contribute as much as 20% to infant deaths, 28% to maternal deaths, and nearly half of the maternal deaths from the abortions due to gender-based violence are from teenage mothers, or from teenage pregnancies. So, which means that if we didn't have teenage pregnancies, Uganda's infant mortality rate would have been lower by 20%. And then, moving to economic costs of teenage pregnancy. Yesterday, which was, I think it was one of the ministers, I think it was Minister Rugoro, who said that the cost of health care is prohibitive. And many of you, or at least some of you who are connected with healthcare, will know that most of our, as they say, the elephant in the room, when it comes to healthcare, it is the out-of-pocket expenditure, by the families, by the individuals, that is most prohibitive in terms of healthcare costs. Estimated at about 1.28 trillion shillings, which is spent by teenage mothers. And again, to put this in perspective, 1.28 trillion shillings, to appreciate the magnitude, that is about 43% of the entire Ministry of Health budget. And that is what these teenage mothers, what they spend, either their families or themselves spend as out of pocket. Now the government, on the other hand, spends on them 247 billion shillings. And this is in terms of what they provide at health health facilities. Now, if you put this at individual level, in terms of what is spent on the individual, per capita expenditure, teenage mothers and their children, we spend on them nearly 1 million shillings. And for minor care for the child, each episode we spend about 29,000 shillings. Now, again, to put this in perspective, if you put this now in terms of GDP, which were at the economy level, this aggregates to over 3 million shillings. So in other words, when we talk about the problem of teenage pregnancy, as religious leaders have said, there is a moral problem. My friends, my colleagues have said there is a social problem, a societal problem, but there is also an economic problem. Now, again, to appreciate the economic problem, we know that family planning, it has been said that an investment in family planning has a threefold multiplier effect. So, we put together what these teenage mothers, would-be teenage mothers, would spend on these various aspects. Those who went for family planning, we spent on them about 32 billion shillings. Now, so those who didn't become pregnant, that is all the cost that they imposed on us as an economy, as a country. Now, for all of the others, if they didn't engage in this adult business, they would not have needed it. But because they need it, because they went out and became pregnant, or at least engaged, they exposed themselves to the risk of pregnancy, they now incurred all these other costs. If you look at normal delivery and care of a newborn, that is, if she becomes pregnant as a teenager and delivers normally, we spend on her as much as 792 billion shillings. Now, we are saying that the investment in family planning has a threefold multiplier effect. But if you compare that 32 billion to the rest of the cost, that is even less than 5% of the whole cost. So that is what teenage pregnancy is doing to our economy. Now, in terms of expected healthcare costs and healthcare savings and healthcare and education savings, if we are in NDP3, they put a target to reduce 25% by the teenage pregnancy rate from 25% to 10%. So we say, let's factor that into our model and see what that will mean in terms of savings. And you can see that each year, if we can achieve this target, about 592 billion shillings in terms of healthcare will be saved. And if many of the supplementary budgets that the ministries ask for don't even reach this, and just waste it on teenage pregnancy. Now, on the part of education, again, if we reduce from 25% to 10%, each year, 53 billion shillings that is spent on education, of educating children of teen mothers will be saved. So, I've abbreviated this to fit within the allocated time, but in conclusion, putting everything together, if no action is taken, if you look at the social costs, teenage pregnancy will continue, putting 50% of teen girls at risk. And then about 64% of these teen mothers will not complete primary education. About 60% of them will end up in peasant agriculture. And what does that mean for harnessing of the demographic dividend? And now, in terms of economic costs, as I've demonstrated, annually we shall continue to spend 645 billion shillings on healthcare and of these teenage mothers and education of their children, which is, as everybody is saying, which is a completely unnecessary cost. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for abridging it to fit within the time. And once again, we apologize for rushing you through. Audience, you have heard the presentations from our eminent speakers. We've talked about the social costs, the economic costs, the intentions for managing or working on fertility and all those. I see on my clock it's about a quarter to the top of the hour. We have received some questions, but also fortunately enough, the Secretariat graciously gave us another session after break tea. We shall have only 2 presentations and lots of discussions. We have already had the pointers on meaningful engagement. We have heard what the problems are, the cost of inaction, and the cost of a very cheap cost of what we could do if we talked about a healthy timing and spacing of pregnancy as one of the many tools that we have. But also the presenters have highlighted interventions related to keeping our youth, adolescents in school, and lots of others to do with skilling. Without wasting lots of time, I think we're going to go for break. And I request that if you're able to, I see we are not very strict, we could come back with our tea and see if we can start at 11:05, and we shall begin with some responses to the questions and then go to the 2 presentations that we have and the detailed discussion. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you very much, our presenters. But you will be back after break tea when you're energized to respond to the questions. prepare and come and sit, and we begin our session. We shall begin by responding to the questions. I have a few comments and then go into the two presentations, of which each will not take more than 15 minutes, and leave a lot of time for discussions and, most importantly, what we should do going forward. I think I also want to applaud you for the questions and comments, but also the rapporteurs are trying to pick lots of recommendations, both at national level, at district level, and for the different sectors. Of course, we have received very good recommendations, but we also want that you put up your hand and give us those excellent recommendations that we should be doing going forward to harness the demographic dividend. Thank you very much. It's coming to the time we're supposed to begin, and since we have some people in here, I am going to request the first presenter who had the highest number of questions to try and respond to them as people come in. I know some of the people who asked those questions are not in, but at least if Secretariat can capture those responses, that will be good enough. So we had questions on different elements, and I'm going to request Dr. Sewachirianga to respond to some of your questions as the people settle in. I hope you captured most of them. Yes, I see, for example, the woman MP from Chiboga is not here, but she talked about the culture influence on teenage pregnancy and about lowering the age of school commencement. So I think you can begin to you try to respond to all your questions in an abridged format so that we can go to the next session.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me respond to the questions. I hope the people who asked them are still here. The ones that I remember Honorable Nachimwero had asked the woman MP for Chiboga about culture and pregnancy. Yes, in this study we did find that in some districts there is quite a bit of influence of culture, especially in cultures where price is still a major and important part of the cultural functions of communities. So it was certainly an issue in terms of price and what it meant. So that is true that culture and teenage pregnancy, there is a correlation. We haven't done any modeling on it or anything, but at least from the qualitative experience, it is clear that there is something there. Boys accept and then they marry and then they run off. Yes, that's always, that was one of the risks. And actually, one of the things we found out in the focus group discussions was that in some cases, the young boys As you saw, the statistics show that the boys are below the ages of 24, and the girls are, sometimes below the ages of 17. And when they get, into a relationship, and the girl gets pregnant, usually what you have is the boy's parents then find ways of either taking the boy out of the village or something like that. So I think that was an issue around, the boys, the young boys, and what was happening. The issue of COVID and the lowering of age of P1, I think those are issues the education colleagues will help us to understand. I can't say a lot about that, but certainly it would be good to think about how do we create models, especially to fast track in this era of COVID. Then there was an issue, how do we get this information out? I think the religious leaders, I don't know if they are still around, I can see one, who spoke to this issue of getting the information out. I think one of the recommendations we are making is that, yes, it's important that this becomes a matter of national concern. It should worry us all. I mean, to have anybody who has daughters, to have your 12-year-old or 13-year-old as a mother is totally unacceptable. So this is something that we have to inculcate into the community so that people do not go out there and then they behave like these things are normal. I think in some communities, actually the crisis that you have is that the people who are supposed to regulate others are the ones who are perpetuating. So in one community where we did this research, the LC's chairperson, had 2 wives and both of them were teenagers. And yet he's supposed to be the one in charge of regulating, of enforcing law. So indeed, even if we put laws, we have to deal with the community acceptance. And this is in a community where nobody raised a finger, or when they said anything, it was said in hiding and not directed to him. The issue, yes, early marriage is also an issue. Teenage pregnancy is one, but also early marriage is another, because I think as you saw in the statistics, when we ask people what would be an appropriate age, there are so many people who still think that girls below 17 years should be able to get married. That is something we have to get out of our population. We have to find ways in which we do advocacy, awareness raising, and show that it is wrong. Just wrong because these are not mature adults, they cannot handle children. So that's something that I think is important. Then there were, in terms of factors, I think somebody asked that how do we, make people understand and appreciate these things. I think the thing is that information is one thing, but also interventions that help, for example, communities that are poor to find alternative ways of supporting themselves is important. The number of people who were ready to marry off their daughter because of poverty, I think is something that we can't fight by looking at ways in which communities can become more empowered economically. And I think economic empowerment is one, education and awareness is another, but also things like putting there strong laws that prohibit these kinds of things. I think those were the key issues. Yes, I think I agree with the religious leaders that they are well placed to actually, do these things when they are, doing their khutbah on Friday or their sermons on Sunday, to be able to integrate this information. Of course, people like myself and others may not be the best people to speak in villages, and we are hard properly. So it's important that certainly the religious leaders do more. Of course, the good thing is we have organizations that can help to translate these key issues into simpler messages that can be integrated with the reading of the Bible or with the reading of the Quran or anything like this. So I think that for me, I would support that a lot around dissemination. Yes, even the issue of immorality, yes, we have to also deal with that because at least one of the reasons there was quite a spike during the COVID period was because there was a certain level of acceptance that it was okay for young people to move around and all those kinds of things. So that's what I would say, but certainly this is a campaign that requires national effort, but also a certain level of acceptance that this is the issue of teenage pregnancy is a pandemic in its own right that we must stop. We can't continue. We can't continue having young mothers who, yes, I know that people are fighting about sexual orientation in this country and many other things, but I think even before you fight about, orientation, I think to fight the scourge of those who we know are bringing babies into the world when they are not ready. It's much more an issue that is at our doorstep. A law in Parliament that is strong enough, like the other laws that are dealing with other things, could be helpful in this regard. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for those responses, and I hope they were sufficient, but most importantly that they are captured to go into the conference proceedings, and which will be shared by the Secretariat using the same routes for the invitations. I think the other question that we had was from Mohamed about some additional religious sects. Do you want to respond to that?
Okay, thank you. The question was first on non-believers. Where are they? Yes, in the 2016 demographic address survey, there was that category of non-believers or no religion. But when you select young people aged 15 to 24, that category disappears, which implies that it seems those who responded that they had no religion were older than 24 years. So that's why they are not included here. Then regarding the Pentecostals and SDA, that's something to look at, but also the distribution is very small, and when you are modeling, it can actually lead to the collapse of the model. Yeah, but that's important and is not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope that was sufficient. So now we want to get questions specifically from the third presentation, and then Dr. Sekama Teseliva will respond to those. So I'm going to be more persistent to have those questions. As those questions come in, we know the first presentation talked about re-engagement of girls and the teenage mothers into school. Yesterday, the director was asking to hear a comment from someone from education. I want to use this opportunity to give the microphone to someone of education, as I see hands that are directed to the issues related to economic costs of teenage pregnancy. So if they are not there, I want to invite someone from education to respond to what came out. I don't know whether there's a microphone on that side. There should be one somewhere. It stopped there. So if there isn't, then you can rush for the benefit of time. I'll give you this one. But it ended there with Miss Katana somewhere. Because the religious leaders want to begin from there.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Semakula Henry, and I work with the Ministry of Education and Sports. Yesterday when they called us, I was actually available, but I just stepped out only to return when that topic had been covered. But I was available the entire day. Otherwise, my quick ones from this engagement. First of all, the Honorable Member of Parliament, the lady who was seated, told us that if your child is 16 years and is in primary, he or she is finished. And I want to emphasize that he or she is not finished. Because the policy only guides that the minimum entry age is 6 years. But you can enroll even at our age. Because you've even seen and read in the papers, wherever PLB exams return, and senior 4, we've seen people of 40 years, people of 50, people of 60, actually sitting, sometimes with even their daughters. So there's no age limit for being at any level of education. That is one correction to make. But the other thing that would be of interest to us is that when a 16-year-old is seated with 8 years in class, how do we help them? As Minister of Education, we normally call for age-appropriate information. And we know that if, for example, we are going to discuss issues of reproductive health, quick example, we are going to discuss menstruation. That is not a topic we can discuss with all the P2s, because we know these are around 7 years. But if there is a P2 of 16, we shall single her out and then give her the appropriate information. Number 2, somebody wondered how we shall help the teenage mothers to return to school. And I want to confirm that government, through the Ministry of Education, established guidelines for re-entry of teenage mothers. And I think somebody had earlier also asked, how do we support teenage mothers? As Minister of Education, that is one of our areas of support. I just want to emphasize that the guidelines are very clear on the stakeholders in the process of re-entry of this child. They will mention the role of the parents, the role of the religious leaders around this child, the role of the counselors, which is also very critical, because you know it is not only about re-entering. When they get back to class, there are issues also. For example, they are given nicknames, off layers, whatever. It is no longer, even when they are not mothers of twins. So we must also prepare them, and there's a lineup of people who matter in that preparation to re-enter. But there are also conditions, because some people have also accused us, is it just an open entry like that? There are a few conditions that we have to discuss with the re-entering mother and the parents and the school in order for that child to return. The other quick one, Mr. Chairperson, I just want to confirm, as education sector, we know that religious leaders are very, very critical if you want to pass over any information. For us, we've had a number of policies and guidelines which we have had to develop, but any guideline cannot pass without us engaging them. First of all, we know they are the foundation bodies of many of our education institutions. Certainly, if you must do anything in school, you must consult them. But it's also important for us to know that they are very knowledgeable. I'm a Catholic myself, and I know that Catholic priests read so much, and they have a lot of time to read. And they are always available to listen to people's problems, and they are respected, and whatever they say, people take as gospel truth. So this is a section we cannot afford to miss as we struggle to deliver the demographic dividend. The other quick one, Mr. Chair, mindful of time, is coming from, I think, the presentation of Dr. Sewachirianga. Yes, he asked about what we can do to help the girls, to support the girls, and I've mentioned that as education, we delivered the re-entry guidelines. But I want to inform the congregation here that we also received contrary voices to those guidelines. There are those who say, no, these children are already sinners. When you mix them with others, they are spoilers, they are rotten eggs. For us, we said, no, we shouldn't judge them. After all, the conditions under which many of them got pregnant were beyond their control. This was a lockdown, people are locked where they are, either with a bad uncle, or with a bad houseboy, or even with a bad parent, because the police report indicated that we even had parents who impregnated their own daughters. So to us, we thought the re-entry guidelines would work. We want to use this forum to appeal to those who are still thinking re-entry is a challenge, to really rethink. Finally, the person who presented on the cost of inaction really did it so well. And I thought that would give more attention to our political leaders to really allow this re-entry to happen. We had a challenge with cabinet. I know discussions are still ongoing. Our guideline for re-entry indicates that we had required this teenage mother re-entering to come back after 6 months after delivery. And we are mindful of the fact that maybe that is the medical period for completing, not completing, but comprehensive breastfeeding. But then Cabinet guided that that should actually be reviewed for a full year, and we are still struggling with that proposal, because then full year means a likelihood of repeated pregnancy, but also a likelihood of the community taking this person as another person around the village, therefore they can engage them, and also the likelihood to lose interest in further education. Just to wind up, school closure comes out as a key factor in really increasing teenage pregnancies, and that is only to confirm that the Ministry of Education and Sports, where I belong, is really doing a lot of work in ensuring that our children remain safe. One of the reasons school is good is because it is restrictive. No, it's a movement, there are rules and regulations, but most importantly, there is a chance to get information from senior women teachers, from PSA program, as we know, etc., etc., etc. Very final, yesterday as I listened in, some two colleagues indicated that we seem to be talking to ourselves, that there are no policy makers, and I was wondering, who is the policy maker? Isn't it ourselves? Policies are supposed to go through processes, and they start by having issues, and it is the issues we are raising here, and the issues begin from the lower circles. What I know where I come from at education is that a policy will begin from the technical people, it goes out for consultation, the political leaders only come in the end, top management and cabinet, to do endorsement. So let's believe in ourselves, let's be assured that whatever we are discussing will actually get to where it is supposed to be. Thank you very much for now. We are available as education to listen in and really take back home what more we can contribute to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Semakola. It's good I gave you an opportunity to give those very interesting points from the education sector. So, any questions for Dr. Sekamate? Strictly for Dr. Sekamate. The hand is going down. Yes. Because the economic cost was presented very clearly, and I wanted us to be able to articulate some issues coming from that. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. As you have said, I will be restricted to the cost implication of the pregnancy as the presenter was presenting. But majorly, I will just look at micro level, where the family of the girl who has got pregnant, and what even is in the law, because leave alone of teenage pregnancy, but there is defilement case alongside that action. And what has been coming to, in most cases, in my office, is the acceptance of both sides, from the boy and from the girl. Because when the girl gets pregnant, the law requires now the family to give evidence to the police. And in the process of getting the evidence, there is a cost implication that happens. You know, our police, they say they don't have the what? They don't have the facilitation to take them where to get the evidence. Now the question has been, my daughter has got pregnant. After being pregnant now, I'm the one spending. I'm now looking at the short-term implication. But now, after giving birth, the family is taking care of two children, the mother and the what? And the baby. But in the law, there is no economic part of it within the law, because that is the case, the state case now. If this boy goes to the prison, now the other family is looking at how to take the girl back at school and also take care of the what? Of the child. now a child with a child. So I think now my thinking is that the parliament should look into the law and provide alternatives of the other family. If this one is in prison, and now the other family is now getting double costs, looking for the child and taking care for the what? For the girl to take back at school. So I think there's that gap, and that gap results now the two families to come and sit and now discuss. That's why those negotiations you are seeing. And in the 28% which we saw in the other statistics, where the teenage pregnancies are getting married, it is because of that. When they come together, they say, do you know what? This one of 14, 15, let her go to get married. And when she gets married, what happens? After 1 year, she will get another what? She will get another kid. By the time she clocks to 18 or 19, she has 3 what? She has 3 kids. So, and when we are talking about the demographic dividend, unless we also look into the law that mitigates this, then we shall continue looking at community coming together and people negotiating, even if laws are harsh. If there is no that economic part of it, we shall continue looking at that, we shall continue getting this. So at a macro level, you explained it very well, but at a macro level, at a micro level, that's where the issues are coming from. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, you didn't give your name, so I can't say thank you very much, Mr. Swan. But you know, that's a very interesting angle. Now, as I said, I dwelled more on the economic costs because my colleagues gave a very big case for this micro angle. But now you brought in another dimension of the micro costs. Although we don't want to go down that avenue because we would then be treating symptoms rather than the root cause, the disease itself. And so when it comes to the law, of course the law comes in to solve a particular problem and doesn't look at any other aspects, implications and so on. So the way we look at it is that in terms at the micro level, there are quite a number of stakeholders, but there are two key stakeholders, and these are the girl herself who has become a victim, and then her family. Now, of course, when we talk of costs, the first cost is to the girl. Now, somebody put it that we've let these girls down. Now, others are saying the girls have let us down. So that's why we look at these costs from different angles. We look at the cost from the girl's perspective herself. In fact, I'd like to, when Mr. Kamakula from Minister of Education, when he said that we give the returning girl conditions. It's not a free, it's not an empty check, it's not a blank check. That, okay, you have to, when you are coming back to school, you have to take responsibility. So that is a social cost at the micro level. Then also there is the family of the school, of the girl. Now, when we talk about what I indicated, the out-of-pocket costs, these are borne either by the family, most likely by the family, because the girl don't usually have money to pay. So the family, again, through the channels, enrich the family, like the religious leaders, community leaders. Part of the message must be that family, this is the cost to you.
it's not just a nuisance. You have to pay for this girl in terms of her maintenance, her health costs, health bill, the bill of her child, and so on. So that's why we want to emphasize all of these costs, that when we say we must all join hands to protect these girls from, as you put it, defilement or from the teenage pregnancy. Now, every stakeholder should look at, should think what their cost is. Now, this one of the police is very difficult to address because, as you put it yourself, I mean, some people may call it, some people who are cynical may call it corruption, but I will not. That is part, again, of the, what you may call, the noise around this cost, which only worsens the problem. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sekamate. I see we are coming to 40 minutes past the hour, so I'm going to request if Job Onyu is around, he comes at the front. If he's not, then I'm going to request the gentleman to switch the presentation to go to the one of Dr. Epsilon Tumkurate, who is going to come at the front and give that presentation. Dr. Epsilon, are you around? I don't see him. Yes, they're going to switch the presentation. Please come for the second time. You're going to take 15 minutes. The audience has lots of questions, lots of feedback, lots of advice. I know Jackie talked about meaningful engagement of religious leaders, and the microphone stopped there. I haven't forgotten. I'll make sure I follow that statement and we listen to them. But you're going to use the podium there, and you're going to take 15 minutes if they've loaded your presentation. You're welcome, Dr. Espiridon Tumukurate. He's a Deputy Chief of Party of the USAID's family planning activity that is being implemented by Pathfinder in 11 districts of Uganda, spanning North Buganda, South Buganda, in Toro and Bunyoro regions. So he's going to give us a talk on how they've worked to strengthen sexual coordination and leadership to influence healthy timing and spacing of pregnancy in Uganda. So, Dr. Tumukurate, you have not more than 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, dear delegates. I think we are still in the morning. As they have said, I'm called Dr. Tumukurate Espiridon. I'm not yet a doctor of letters. I'm a medical doctor and a public health expert. I aspire to be a doctor of letters like one of the panelists here in the future. So I work with the Pathfinder, implementing USAID Uganda Family Planning Activity as the Senior Technical Director and Deputy Chief of Party. So we are going to share in this conference multi-sectoral approaches, how they have helped to increase access to voluntary family planning services in Uganda. So the outline would be a brief overview of the project FPA, multi-sectoral engagements at the national and subnational level, and how they have impacted uptake of services. So as I mentioned earlier, USAID Family Planning Activity is a 5-year project funded by USAID, whose goal is to support adoption of positive behaviors that will contribute to long-term shifts in uptake of modern family planning services and improve the demographic patterns where we'll be able to have a prosperous, healthy population that would help the attainment of the demographic dividend. You know, there are shifts, many pillars. Demographic dividend is not a dividend. They have to be deliberate attempts, working both in health and outside health. Outside health, the issue of education, governance, skilling, accountability, security are all important. But within health, that's where I will focus, and mainly with family planning. So this project is in 11 focus districts shown on the map that are basically in Albertine, Wenzhou, and the central regions. These were chosen because they had the worst indicators in terms of reproductive health, high teenager pregnancies, high low rate of information about modern family planning, and so on. So the main objectives of this project are to strengthen leadership that will provide an enabling environment for voluntary family planning, both at national and subnational level. Number two, to engage communities to be able to adopt behaviors that include addressing norms and culture that promote adoption of family planning as a good measure through health timing and spacing of pregnancies. Some people don't appreciate family planning its role. Family planning is not equal to population control. Actually, family planning also may help to increase chances of conception. The main issue is really understanding that having a child in this world is very important. Every child is praised. So the mother has to prepare herself, the parents speak. It's not only the mother, it's the mother and the father have to prepare herself. So that's where health timing and spacing of pregnancies and childbirth is important. You can imagine what has been presented before. A girl of 12, 13, 15, and adolescent, so to speak, getting pregnant when she is in P7 sitting her exams. These stories are common. That is not conducive for having a healthy baby and a healthy family. So that's where family planning comes in. Then the third result area is to increase access to quality services for family planning that are voluntary. I would like to state again that family planning services supported by this project with funding from USAID in partnership with the Uganda government is voluntary. There is no coercion or force. Someone has to see it as a need. And talking of the need is very big. The unmet need for family planning is very high and currently around 15%, and the target is to have it go down to around 10%. We may not eliminate it to zero. If it was possible, we would, such that every person in need of family planning services has access. But we haven't reached that level because of several issues that we are working on. This project supports up to 70% of targeted health facilities, both in the PNFP, private not-for-profit, and public sector. So the engagement through my sectoral approach, maybe briefly talking about my sectoral approach. This is through a realization that health is not really for health workers alone, or is not provided through health facilities. Formerly, there used to be a Director General or Maswa who would really mobilize communities saying, health is made at home, but if it breaks down, it is restored from health facilities. Family planning is part of the health interventions and is more out of health facility and the need for multi-sectoral engagement. A child getting pregnant or a mother missing an opportunity to have a family planning method has little to do with health facilities or health services. It has more to do with, first of all, her own mindset, the mindset of the spouse, who could be a husband or a boyfriend, but also what she thinks the society perceives her to be. So we want an environment where everybody sees a client going for service, really applauds her as a good decision, including her partner. There have been issues of violence, for example, where a partner would really be unhappy knowing that the wife is taking a method of choice. So it needs multi-sectoral approaches, but there are issues of the law, like the way it has been discussed before. Does the law support a child, an adolescent girl and youth to really be protected in terms of sexual violence, including defilement and so on, but also to be given a space to demand services, resources adequate to allow for family planning services to be available. So all of these issues are possible through a multi-sectoral engagement. Of course, there is also the issue of faith. Does my faith condemn or approve me deciding to decide when to conceive and how many children I can manage? If they say you are to procreate till you die, even if a mother really knows that cannot afford, then that engagement needs to be brought into discussion, and it is only possible through multi-sectoral engagement. So what do we do? As a project team, we engage both the national actors, the stakeholders, through building consensus, focus efforts to identify what the real problem is, like the way we have been all talking about high rates of teenager pregnancy and so on, and then work together to achieve change. This is the bigger strategy that we work through under multi-sectoral dispensation. And at the national level, they are both the health actors, the health workers, as well as that include health workers and the district health teams, and the Ministry of Health. So these are the health actors at the national level. With WIMO, we work to ensure that services are of quality. We have the way to engage communities and build the capacity, working with the community health workers, which we call facilitators. Non-health actors that we work with through multi-sectoral dispensation are the different sectors. Good enough, this project has come at a time when the National Planning Authority, through National Development Plan 3, look at being able to achieve results by working multi-sectorally, engaging in many sectors through programs and health fits and human development program. So that's where we work. And the list of sectors are many: Ministry of Gender, Education, National Planning Authority, National Population Council, which is under Ministry of Finance, and as well as development partners, implementing partners, and public opinion. So their role is to create an enabling environment through policy dialogue, through resource mobilization, but also through creating a platform to reach out to the different communities. You may really wonder, where can I reach a youth? A youth can be out of school or in school. In school, they can be reached through schools. But again, one has to really engage the Ministry of Education to say, what can we say, what can we not say? What services can we provide or not within a school or outside? And the issue of like what you had before, age-appropriate information, this is one of the consensus areas that were developed. In agriculture, the same, you know, at the community level, the same. Working through the Ministry of Local Government, you can reach out with the community development officers at the county, parish, and village level. That approach is feasible. So at a subnational level, the engagement is the same. The project works with the district stakeholders to identify issues that can be addressed. And this involves both the health actors, as I said before, the health workers and district health team that really engage the communities, whether through service outreaches, whether through health facilities, by ensuring that quality of services are provided. The non-health sectors at a subnational level include, again, the key stakeholders, both the district leaders, religious leaders, opinion leaders, that can play a role in shaping the debate and in giving useful information that can help the community to adopt the right behaviors, including putting resources on the table. And the media, as we know, the mass media is one of the strong agents for change. Of course, at the moment, social media is also coming up with all sorts of information, some that are positive, others that need to be managed, because a lot of fake news also tend to move faster. But such engagement is important, even to display, to really display the rumors, the myths, and the misinformation. So what has been the key outcomes through these multi-sectoral approaches? At the national level, working with the Ministry of Local Government, there has been a directive issued to all local governments to ensure that at least they plan for up to 25% of the health budget can be allocated for reproductive health and family planning. And a lot of efforts have been done into that area. At the national level, there has also been a directive to national medical stores to ensure that at least 25% of the reproductive health budget is for family planning. Of course, progress to achieve those targets is on the way, and this is what we will continue following up. So how is it possible? This is possible through a lot of platforms for multi-sectoral engagement. At the national level, we work from the very top. MPs have a forum as champions, working with the culture and religious leaders to really have an advocacy platform to ensure that those aspirations are met. And working through Human Capital Development Technical Working Group and other national level technical working groups, these efforts are being monitored through across all sectors. And to make sure that the focus is not kind of deemed, all sectors have focal persons that really represent the interests of family planning, looking at even the work plan as well as the budget. There has also been policy and guidelines developed and disseminated to support this initiative. Among
Okay, you
these, we
have 2
have
minutes. Sorry, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, they will be enough. Thank you. Those include costed implementation plan 2, advocacy strategy for FP, as well as other arrangements, guidelines like one warehouse facility, and the revised FP 2030 commitments, among others. So this is what I have said earlier. Regarding outcomes, 9 out of 11 districts we support already have put funds for family planning, and they also have multi-sectoral forum that support monitoring how these commitments are made. So, looking at the outcomes, you can see in blue that indicates the trends in overall family planning services uptake across the years from 2021 up to 2022. And you can see in orange the contribution from multi-sectoral initiatives. They all have been growing over time, and they say the last mile is always difficult. So these additions, we can say multi-sectoral engagements are playing a catalytic role to ensure that these trends of uptake go up. And looking at the partners we work with, we have CSOs, who I have listed there, that are part of our strong engagements at the district level. And at the national level, I have already mentioned engagements that include the National Population Council, among others. So this is just a subset that shows the multi-sectoral engagement outputs, looking at the unpacking at what the actual services are. Some are long-term family planning methods, some others are short-term methods, but you can see there are those services provided directly and those that are referred, 12%. So all that is possible through multi-sectoral engagements, and it is an approach that we think will help to address the unmet needs we are currently facing. So what did we learn? What we've learned is that multi-sectoral engagements increase accountability. First of all, by engaging different sectors, it kind of provides synergies and we like check on each other to meet the commitments through these relationships and the stakeholder engagements. Multi-sectoral approaches also has enabled actors to see family planning as a developmental issue. It's a health issue. Health is equal to development. As they say, health is more than health. Some people say it that way. And family planning is part of the health spectrum, a very cost-effective engagement that can help us achieve our goals. So, health timing and spacing of pregnancy through multi-sector engagements certainly increases uptake of FP, increases health of women, girls, and children. And this is something that needs to be supported, and this is the message we have for this conference of harnessing demographic dividend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tumukurate, for that presentation. So I'm going to request you come and sit here. I don't know whether Job Onyu has come. He will have another presentation in another session. Job Onyu from AMREF. Yes, he's just coming in. He had a marathon of presentations in the other rooms. But Dr. Tumukurate has given us a really USAID family planning activity perspective and their experience in engaging different stakeholders. And those of you, I think, who are students of mathematics, I think he was proving an equation in some form, because this meeting is organized by NPC on demographic dividend, and he's coming here to talk about family plan, which we know is a big component, which in and of itself is a testament of the multi-sectoral reach out that he's talking about. And as Job is coming in the front, and as they're loading his presentation, I want us to thank Dr. Tumukurate, how he was able to robustly talk about how multi-sectoral engagement increases accountability and engagement, and also builds synergies across different sectors that he talked about, and helps us look at family planning as a development issue. So next, on our presentation, which is the last one, to take us not more than 15 minutes, is Job Onyu. Job Onyu comes from Africa Medical and Research Foundation. He's a monitoring, evaluation, and research and learning officer, and he's going to talk about. Let me see if you change the title. I'm looking for the presentation on strengthening partner collaboration to address the unmet needs of FP among women and girls of reproductive age in hard-to-reach districts in Queen and Bukwa districts. Can we have the next presentation? As that presentation comes in, I think the first one that was on. Yeah, the one that was on before. I think you see how the organizers arranged this presentation. We talked about the burden of teenage pregnancies, we talked about the economic costs, and now we are listening to some exemplars of what we should be doing. So AMREF is going to share with us what they are trying to do in those regions Is it ready? Yes. So when we listen to AMREF, then we shall have the audience giving lots of their comments and responses to the presentation. So they're going to discuss between each other who is going to take the presentation, because I know they were sharing different presentations within the ongoing parallel sessions. So you have 15 minutes. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Isaac Job Onyu. I work for AMREF Health Africa. And on this particular presentation, like we said earlier on, I was doing another presentation down the other side. But I'm also happy to say my colleague will now come and take on this particular presentation. But I'm the monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning officer, and I work together with Sam, who had been traveling from another presentation. And Sam, please permit me invite you to come and help us take on this particular part of the session. Over to you, Sam. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sharok, you have 14 minutes.
I'll try to do it in even perhaps a lesser time. Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for arriving slightly late. My name is Sam Sharok. I work with the AMREF Health Africa. I'm based in Mbale, and I work as the Health System Strengthening Coordinator. Yes. I'm going to share some bit of implementation experiences that we adopted, an approach that we adopted while implementing our SRH-related programs in the rural districts of Quen and Bukwe. To begin with, we are a consortium of 4 implementing partners. We have AMREF Health Africa, we have CODAID, we have International Center for Research on Women, and MIFOMI. We are funded by Netherlands, Embassy of Netherlands in Uganda, and we are operating in 9 districts in this country. They are divided into clusters. So I'm based in the eastern region, which covers 4 districts of Budaka, Mbale, and then Quen and Bukwe. Okay, so we'll be focusing on an approach where we strengthen partner collaboration to address the unmet need for family planning. So we realize that in this particular district, they are quite rural, they are difficult to access and hard to reach. So as implementing partners, we had a partner coordination meeting, and in that process, we noticed that using the data that was available, uptake of family planning was really, really low. as such, we looked at other approaches that we could, ensure that the accessibility, but also coverage is increased in that district so that we address the unmet need as a result. But we also realized that it was not just about family planning, but there are other SRHR-related services that were not adequately being served to the populations. So we adopted a collaborative where we decided to map out the activities among each other. As this collaborative happened between 4 partners, the AMREF, which is dubbed as the HEROES program. We had Reproductive Health Uganda, Maristops, and then eventually the big one, which is now outgoing, is USAID Rights. So we had the first meeting, we agreed to meet. In the second meeting, focused more about looking at the actual issues, and there are quite a number of issues that came up. Capacity building around health workers, issues of frequent stockouts, issues of socio-cultural norms. The socio-cultural norms are still very serious. In this country, it's one of the areas where FGM is still kind of practiced, much as it's more of underground. The geographical makeup of that place is so tough in terms of terrain, but also accessibility of those roads is really difficult. So you can imagine what women in such rural place would kind of undergo if they must access a health facility to access perhaps a family planning method, or even just attend an ANC. So we drew some actions that included forming a collaborative, and in this collaborative we were guided by a joint activity work plan that we developed. We clarified on roles of partners, but also agreed that we will keep scheduling review meetings so frequently so we can figure out the progress of implementation. Along the way, we also sub-granted implementing CBOs, that's community-based organizations, around 4, 2 in each district, and then followed this up with a little bit of radio talk shows, and then conducted community dialogues, especially with our cultural leaders and the religious leaders. There we can't avoid working with cultural leaders given the aspects of the social cultural norms, and then we kept aspects of mentorships and then trainings, focusing on how to support health workers improve on their skills so that they improve on the SRH service provisions. So we took up an approach of these ideas were shared, we developed joint ideas, we worked on our teamwork, which led to our collaboration. Eventually, we grew together, and we have not reached where we are, but we see some bit of success as we move on. So what do we learn therefore? As you can see the curves, when as a district has really picked up, you can see the trends. The uptake is relatively good for both long-term and short-term. And from the outcome point of view, you can see that the CYP is also increasing, but also the pregnancy averted is relatively on the increase. So as such, the pregnancy rates, even the teenage pregnancy rates for that particular district is really on the decrease. But as we go to Buko, it's much as they are kind of clustered, it's unique in its own way because it's the last district that borders Kenya for Uganda. So we have a little bit of lots of cross-border movements. Women can travel from Buko to Kenya, go work during the day, and actually come back in the ADC farms. So the uptake from the month of August was kindly affected, and more so towards that December. This was the circumcision year. So normally when it comes to circumcision, even in Mbale, the Imbalo aspects tend to cause a shift in the way things happen, including the health programming. So as such, we are affected by that bit of it. That's why you can see that there is that bit of decline, especially for Buko, as opposed to Kwen for that particular month. So how do we, the challenges therefore that we realized during our implementation is there will always be inadequate resources, especially for the planned activities, but also of late an aspect of frequent stockouts has hit us, and I think it's a testimony amongst most of us. We keep recruiting staff keep going to school, so the element of skills is really an issue, but also we have to agree that there are lots of evolving, research that's happening and the mode of way that we need to do things. So health workers need to be updated, but in this particular case, we had skills gap. Again, the influence of cultural norms is still an issue and misconceptions, but also the tough terrain with very poor network. You need very serious stand crew that if you must navigate that terrain successfully. So we noticed that collaborating with implementing partners, therefore, and other stakeholders improved on our efficiency, and we also avoided an aspect of duplication of activities, but in that way, by dividing the roles, we maximized our funding on areas that we felt would actually give us results the most. Another area is focused community interventions, definitely, such as this kind of engagements with the cultural leaders, with the religious leaders, and the other opinion leaders that matter most in the form of focus group discussions yielded a lot for us, because then we were able to address the real issues and relating it so that then the cultural leaders would view and support some of the health-related SRH programs. We also learned that consistent use of data would really improve a lot the decision making as far as stakeholders are concerned. But also collaboration with the partners provided for us a conducive environment for stakeholders to nurture relations. We were able to learn from each other, and as such, the interventions that we piloted in this district were sure that they will be sustained in a way. So we recommend, therefore, that if you are going to adopt this model, you need to define expectations and roles for each partner so that you enhance and improve on the aspect of accountability, but also hold regular meetings to discuss the progresses, scope, and implementation. As such, you will be guided by performance as you review, and you will know that these are the areas where we need to put a little bit of focus, but also share and document some of the best practices and other emerging issues. In the way we can involve district teams to enhance ownership, accountability, and aspects of sustainability. We recommend that, therefore, use stakeholder mapping as well to identify who is most influential. We noticed that the aspects of cultural leaders are very critical at that side, so we kept engaging them, and in a way, we're doing really great. Integration of services with other health-related activities. Gone are the days where we could do an EPI special outreach or an immunization special outreach. We would love now that we do integrated. As such, you are able to reach a wider population with a rich coverage of services and address the actual needs of the population. Also, keep reviewing donor interests. I know that donors will keep varying in their interests, but when we meet in a collaboration, you keep reviewing. In the process of reviewing, you scout and know who aligns better with you, and as such, who can you partner with, because in that case, therefore, you will be able to leverage on each other's activities and even reach your targets with a lesser cost. We therefore recommend that collaborations between implementing partners and other stakeholders is pivotal in addressing some of the health-related challenges. And in the wake of programming, we could adopt this kind of model so that we reach out to a wider population, but also with a wider coverage of services beyond just that the organization has planned to implement. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we clap for Mr. Chero. Thank you very much for presenting on time, even when you are still catching your breath. That was excellent. You can come and have a seat here. That was a good presentation, both from you and from Dr. Tumukurate. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we realize we began by exploring the problem. We've left the problem and we are trying to listen to some lessons of some solutions. I know there were some abbreviations there, LACs. These are types of family planning methods that have a longer duration. But also, I talked about the benefit of collaborations with religious and cultural leaders, the benefit of community-based interventions, using data in our interventions, and involving district and community leaders. And of course, Dr. Tumkurati talked about the multi-sectoral approach into scaling up healthy timing and spacing of pregnancy. Just for the benefit of religious leaders, I believe some of them would have loved to see family planning uptake of some of those methods that they're really keen at seeing. The fertility awareness methods, moon beads and all that. I know they are always there, but some of these health workers, these people from the health sector don't show them, but they do provide them, and I want to assure you of that. So I'm opening the session for questions, comments, but following really the guidance of NPC and the conveners that we want some solutions. We have been joined by additional members of parliament, and you're very welcome, feel comfortable, and we shall be very glad to hear recommendations of what we should be doing to harness the demographic dividend, and in our session on SRH and addressing teenage pregnancy. So the second microphone ended there. So if you have a question, you want to, anyone, there is nobody to help me move the microphone to Toroko. From Toroko, we are going back to the religious leaders. They have 2 comments, and then that will be it. You make the suggestion and identify who you're putting it.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity afforded to me to make a contribution. And if we are to increase the uptake of family planning services and to achieve good results in sexual reproductive health, I propose the organizers, the ministry, the partners should organize specific engagements for the religious leaders, district leaders, local leaders, and the cultural leaders for those districts where the cultural institutions apply. Because these groups have platform, you will realize we have now changed. People are no longer listening to the FM radios. They are not interested. They are interested in watching TV, football, English Premier League, and all those others. So if we are to expand coverage for our dissemination to work very well, information dissemination, we need to really seriously rethink the platforms. The platforms now in the countryside are on barrios, church services, where the religious leaders are very crucial. They have platform. Barrios, churches, fundraising, parties, embaga. Those are where you get people. I have attended barrios several times in my district where you find there are over 3,000 people, and on the agenda or program of that event, the speech of the chairman LOC5 is the one to close. Once they finish the family speeches, they say, okay, chairman LOC1, over to chairman LOC3, and then they say, aha, our chairman LOC5, the chief mourner, your word. And so for me, it is an opportunity to deliver government message, a message for transformation. The only problem is that us who have platform now are the least facilitated. Those who have no platform, in the center, in the parliament, are the most well facilitated. And like the way, it is one of the causes for the poor service delivery being experienced in the country, and that's why the population doesn't appreciate and doesn't know the services government is rendering. So that one is for them, they will think about it. For me, allow me appreciate my valued partners in the Toroko and Rwenzori sub-region, that is Pathfinder, Family Planning Activity, USAID, and the other partners they have engaged 3FHI, Face for Family Health Initiative, which is chaired by Father Deus Ndiachira, who is in attendance there. He is helping me, they are helping me with the other lady, I've forgotten the name, a great deal. Toroko in Rwenzori sub-region was leading 2 years ago in teenage pregnancies. Our rate was at 33.2%, but with the intervention of those partners, Family Planning, Pathfinder Family Planning Activity, USAID supported, we have reduced it now to 26%. And I came here, I would have delegated, I came here purposely to get informed whether Toroko is the one still leading or it is Kasese or Chegegwa. But unfortunately, the district reports have not been presented. I have not heard about that. I hope to hear about that so that it re-energizes my effort to what is working for effective family planning service delivery and hence in that direction achieve the DDG dividend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman from Toroko. Your comments are well received. There are many appreciation. Can we go to the other table where the chairman pointed? Your comments and the issue of facilitating people with platforms. I think that is a message to all of us in our different spheres of influence. There is no particular question for them to respond to, but an issue of presenting data from Toroko. Dr. Tumukurate has a big team of MELT monitoring and evaluation. They will share with you data of how Toroko is performing on teenage pregnancy vis-a-vis the other districts within the greater region of Rwenzori. Thank you, and over to you, Father.
Thank you very much. When I talked first, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Reverend Father Deus Ndiachiraho, a parish priest of the Owebusengo Catholic Parish, at the same time the champion for family planning in Toroko district and a business activist. I want to clarify first something to do with the Catholic Church stand on family planning, because it has been a confusion of very many. One, when it comes to a Catholic Church, we are not obstacles to family planning. We encourage family planning, but by choice. The family planning that we encourage is natural family planning. And I think here, what is not very well understood is that there are different types of family planning. We have natural family planning and also have the other modern family planning. And the natural family planning goes very well with the teaching of the church, at the same time with the inculcated traditional faith. That means that when we talk about family planning, we educate the masses, or we educate the population about the two family planning methods. And then it is their choice to either follow the one that the Catholic Church encourages, or the one that is modern. It is by choice, as long as it does not allow you to sin before God. I think they are clear. If you have understood, well and good. And then number two is about the platform that my chairperson has talked about. I hinted on it before, and I also want to put more effort. I thank Faith for Family Health that has really engaged the faith leaders and the cultural leaders on this particular issue of teenage pregnancy and family planning. it has done it very well, and we still have to continue because now we have the platform to enter into this this issue so that we can also have our people very well educated. Although, as my chairperson said, there is less facilitation, actually no facilitation for the religious and cultural leaders on this particular issue. Those who are facilitated, as he said, are not reaching the real population. And then the last one is about parenting, which I also talked about. The parents, unfortunately, you bear me witness that majority of the parents or most of the children are born from single mothers. One time I was chatting with some business partners, and they said, I happen to have a school, and he said that if you want children who are born from parents where there is a mother and father staying together, you will end up having your school empty. So what does that one mean? It means that there are so many irresponsible parents, especially the single mothers, who have most likely not grown in a setting of a real family that gives good information, teaches their children on how to grow up very well and make responsible choices, so that by the time the person thinks of producing a child, is having all information and can make a better choice that will also contribute to a better future. And therefore, the other one is the follow-up. When our children go to school, for example, some parents do not follow up. You find that the child is going to school, comes back home, the father has gone to drink alcohol, the mother has gone to look for the survival for the family. At the end of the day, you find the child is left alone, and hence the disasters will befall that child. And once the child or this girl is pregnant, then the blame will come on her without looking at the circumstances under which this child has gotten pregnant. I request that all the activists of these particular issues should look at the platforms that are better for dissemination of the information. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, the previous presenter, my colleague. My name is again Sulaimana Abdubayo, the district card Kiriandongo, Muslim district. I want to just supplement on my colleague's information. Yes, please. Yeah. Now, on the issue of platforms, I want to give a brief information that, like the Ghana Muslim Supreme Council, we have the structures, and indeed, through the support from UNICEF, they are doing a very big work to see that the grassroots get the information on the following topics. For example, parenting, teenage pregnancies, ending teenage pregnancies, child protection, and domestic violence. We coordinate these programs right from the district level, county level, even in the mosque. We even have several trainings with the imams to see that at least on every khutbah, they have to put in those information such that our community should not get spoiled. And I request that that is not enough. That facilitation is not enough. Otherwise, we have many congregations all the time. Now, like the Muslims, even after Salah, a day we meet 5 times a day. And we are easily to reach the information. On the side of, for example, Family Health Initiative, we had several trainings on how to handle these communities. In fact, even at the district level, how to inculcate these programs in the district level. But the challenge which we are facing is that we have limited resources to achieve other programs, because even in movement, sometimes it becomes hard. So I urge you and I request the technical committees, at least whatever we have discussed can easily reach down if there is a push-up. Otherwise, we shall be discussing like this, and our MPs to reach in the villages, they may reach in a month once or even not. You see that? For us, we are called on burials, we are called on marriage ceremonies, we are called on whatever kind of. So I urge you, the audience, let's work together to see that our programs are benefiting the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for that. And ladies and gentlemen, I still want to remind us that those are very good questions. We are seeking opinions, questions, responses on how we are ending teenage pregnancy and child marriage in Uganda, but looking at it within the overall lens of the conference theme of how to harness the demographic dividend. I had wanted only 2 questions from that table. Okay.
That
question and then
it's not a question.
Yes.
It's a point of concern. Thank you very much. As religious leaders, we embrace multi-sectoral approach, more especially when it comes to reporting of these cases, since some of them are crimes. It overwhelms us when we take these cases to the police, and the police minds about getting some break from the parents, and things are distorted like that. I myself have a scenario that I experienced. I reported the case after engaging a certain parent over marrying of her younger daughter at 16 age. But in the end, the police officer, in fact, reported me to the parent that I'm like accusing him of marrying of her daughter when he's still young, and things went berserk. I was destroyed by the guilt in my church, and things were not okay. Then, when we talk about the contextuality of our Bible interpretation, some of us are Bible specialists. When we talk about producing and fill the world, and you take it as how you read it, it is a misinterpretation of the Bible. To do justice on this verse, ask yourself, Adam and Eve, to whom these words were talked to, how many children did they bear? They were only 2. Only 2. The third one died. Meaning, it was beyond, or it was not all about childbirth. It was about taking care of the creatures God had entrusted to them. That's why he tells them, please be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth. Being fruitful is a compound word. Meaning, make sure that in your area of residence you have enough food, you have enough fruits, you have, in fact, enough chicken. If you are to do chicken, you have a lot of goats around and many others. So it's not about childbirth, to put it right. In fact, if you take it as that, you miss the point. That's why Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 6:12, he says, all things are lawful for me, but not all things are helpful. All things are helpful for me, but I will not be dominated by all things. Meaning you have to put in wisdom. God gave us a sense of choice and a sense of reasoning. Cut a coat according to your pace. Thank you. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Can we have the microphone sent to Madam Honorable?
Thank you so much, moderator. Protocol observed. My name is Faith Ethonalima, the woman MP Wakiso and the Shadow Minister for Local Government. It's quite great that today we are looking at this matter of the demographic dividend. and it's key in our country. And as I see most of us here, we might be amongst those who might be converted if it's preaching. The very big role we have now is to reach out to the population out there. That's how we can, all of us together, harness this matter of the DGD, and we're in position to reach out. If you consider statistics, Wakiso, having got out of COVID, and we had the trophy of teenage pregnancies, as a man of the district, I launched a campaign, Nafet Some, and this strictly was to encourage those girls, both those who have given birth and those who have not to do so, and even the communities to sensitize them. And now I brought on board all leaders of Wakiso, LC3, district chairman, top of any person, has to see that Wakiso, our key role is to first encourage everyone to be in school. We are running the campaign endlessly. But what I would also think, as we run those campaigns, encouraging these students, especially the girls, to embrace education and remain in school, and also to encourage our communities to see that these people or the young girls get back. We need now also to pass on this community, rather this message to this other community that is not in the know. So can we have a way of getting probably a flyer and with some like 6 bullets, we find a way of putting that document in our different languages, and should be able to communicate, so that even at times we even pass it on to the different WhatsApp groups, so that the campaign is everywhere. Because if we are to continue in this line, we shall continuously talk about democratic dividends, but the other population out there will not be knowing that probably getting 8 kids, 6 kids without being in position to take care of them will be worse. So let's work together to see that we pass the community, and we pass this message on to the communities. And finally, can you also aid us as parliamentarians, being that we are lawmakers? Cite for us where the laws have gaps in this very campaign, so that we're in position probably to stand very firm during sessions, and we urge out how we can help more Uganda to be a better country as far as the population is concerned. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for those suggestions. Like I guided, I think that is very good. We are hearing suggestions of SBCC messages in forms of flyers, which is very good, but it all goes within the theme of what other presenters have talked about on engaging people who have a platform. So I hope the Secretariat is capturing this very well. I want the microphone to go to the back a bit. I don't know who has moved it. You move to the back, and we pick some recommendations of what we should be doing going forward.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. My name is Bishop Andrew Bugolobe, the Secretary General of Born Again Faith in Uganda, and board member Interreligious Council. To begin with, we, as a religious setting, we have done a lot concerning the topic at hand. The retention, or to see that the children go to school. That is why almost 70% of the schools in Uganda belong to religious settings. When we talk about this, that means the government has not done enough. They should also build more schools on top of what we have set up. Mr. Chair, we have a challenge of the miscoordination of government departments and agencies. We have severally been in different meetings, in different fora, where different departments come out with different information. And we end up looking at a chaos. I'll give a case in point of the meeting we had at Kavira Country Club, where young kids of between 8 years to 10 We are paraded by the civil society organization, and the third deputy prime minister was, I think the second deputy prime minister was the guest of honor with some other dignitaries from the diplomatic crew. And these young girls were paraded, and this is what they said. We also demand for our rights. Our colleagues in different countries have engaged in sex at the age of 8. We also want to be given contraceptives. In a very big meeting, where all stakeholders were there, before senior government before ministers, before ambassadors, before members of parliament. I remember I was seated on the table with the Honorable Batekam, who got the courage to stand up and requested that the matter was too big to be discussed in that meeting, that it should be referred to the religious leaders and the cultural leaders. The conveners, the Minister of Gender, and the others were there. Now, when you look at all that, you get a challenge. When we are driving something important and there is a contradiction from government departments. Secondly, we have an issue. When we started our schools, we had a motive to see that we groom these children into a responsible adults. Mr. Chair, we have always had our message packaged in a way of abstinence. Now, what we are crying over now is because there are other players who came in with other kind of statements and messages. So we have kept our stand on abstinence. All our churches, all our worship places, we talk to these young girls, we talk to these young boys to abstain. But now when you look at what is happening on TV, on radio, UCC is not regulating, there are guidelines which are not followed. Then at the end of the day, they say religious leaders were in. I think this is not a right kind of like, it's a blame game. The failure is not us. The failure is other key stakeholders.
Bishop, I'm constrained to request that you summarize and we give the microphone to other people. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, I want to thank you. We also have an issue. Finally, we have been standing with, we've been promoting the government programs. Mr. Chair, allow me to report to you. These are key matters. This is a key matter we are discussing here. We have an issue. Our pastors and other religious leaders on the ground have an issue with the local government. Good enough, they are here. Much as we tell them, please support the government programs. These same people attack our churches. Where we are not there, we are in Kampala. They go there and cross them. They threaten our pastor. Then after threatening the religious leader, then the following day you come and say, please support government program. Then look at what is happening really. I'm also requesting that you talk to these people. We are all supposed to work together. To them, they want to occupy the space alone because they look at politics, and we are not politicians. It is over 21 millions every week follow religious leaders. They hear from they always hear or follow. They go to churches, they use our media. 21 million, it is on record. That is our influence over the total population of 44-something million. We speak to a half of the population every week, but we are not respected. We are brought on board to fire brigade. Our programs are not facilitated. Government only comes in to demand for free services. When we go out to do our work, we are being witch-hunted by the local government. We set our program, we speak of abstinence because there are people who want to sell condoms and whatever, they come in to sabotage. Look at the issues we have. And as long as they are not addressed, we shall keep on talking this. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the lady from Netherlands Embassy? I saw her hand up for a long time.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just share my view also as someone who is very much involved on working with these programs and engaging with young people. I think if we pick right from the first presentation up to the last, we can agree that we are caught up in a very complex web, and a web that doesn't have one bullet to address. If we really look at the context within which this child marriage and teenage pregnancy is happening, then I think we are all challenged to look back and rethink what we have been doing, what we need to do. And of course, we acknowledge that everyone is very devastated and disappointed and challenged, because I think we are talking about sexual activity happening among young people for very many reasons, and from our religious point of view, from our cultural point of view, we are all challenged. But I think we are confronted with an elephant, and we need to think together how we tackle this. Young people, girls particularly, are getting married either because it's cultural and traditions making parents push them, but some of them are also getting themselves into marriage because sexual activity has been happening and pregnancy has happened, and the only way out for them is go and get married. We were told in the morning that the sexual activity is not as was thought between young girls or young women and adults. It's more now between young people themselves. I think that's another angle that we are being challenged with the statistics we have. And I think we are also having a situation where there's a crisis between what the science, the health world thinks should be done, and also what from the religious and cultural point of view we think should be done. And I think this is the hard stage of a development process that we have reached to, where we are challenged and we have to find solutions, some of which are very uncomfortable. Listening to all this, we also have to bring the acknowledgement that we are dealing with issues which are cross-cutting. They are social, they are cultural, they are legal related, right? We are dealing with legal issues. The age of marriage in this country is what? 18, right? So if we are seeing girls under 18 in marriages, and we don't see a very strong response from the law-keeping arm, then something is also not really right, because a lot of criminal things are happening, and we sit on it. Looking at all that, Chair, I just want to share, programs have been happening around this issue, but we've lacked documentation of what exactly works, what are the challenges in the response, because response have been happening, programs have been happening, so we are not coming from a totally green area. I think we need to document and see what lessons work, what are the challenges, but what would be the workable solution. Now, lastly, we were told in the beginning that this is an epidemic? What was it said? Yeah. I think if really this is going to be an issue of national importance, as somebody mentioned, then we also think of strategies that are used in dealing with issues of national importance. In my strong view, I think we are, for a while, we've dealt with this as a social challenge, not as a development challenge, and really an issue of national importance. And looking at what has been happening, I would think, and I end, that we need strong multi-sectoral collaboration and accountability structures nationally, but also at district level. We need a task force. If we can have a task force to deal with things that have been issues of national importance, then I think that's also a way, the models we can adopt to tackle this. And we've seen the presentation from Pathfinder. The multi-sectoral collaboration seems to work around family planning at district level. So can we also think of this as a recommendation from this workshop? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those suggestions and ending on multi-sectoral collaborations. So I think we go behind this side. Ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to receive as much recommendations as possible, but most of them have been about meaningful engagement, using new media, using people with more influence, and examples were cited. So, yes, gentlemen.
Thank you. I'm Samuel from Zombo in West Nile. I'm the District Community Development Officer. I'm talking from the perspective of child protection, and I think here we are talking about teenage pregnancy, which for me is a pure case of child abuse. The teenager who's pregnant, who has given birth, has been abused. And in a case of a child abuse, there is a victim, there is a perpetrator. And I have not had any discussion to do with the perpetrators of this vice, of adults or younger people impregnating girls as low as 12 years of age. My recommendation is that we need to strongly come out to support government, to enforce laws. We have already law within the penal code that criminalizes having sexual relationships with children below 18 years of age. It is an offense. When Dr. Richard was presenting those statistics with thousands of numbers, I think he was presenting cases of defilement. But I didn't see the statistics coming out to see how many of those cases were reported to police and successfully prosecuted. And as a government, if we keep count on this, it's like we are beginning to use this teenage, quoting it as teenage pregnancy, when actually it is child abuse. It is criminal in nature. And we are not talking about the criminality of the issues we are talking of. So my recommendation is that partners treat teenage pregnancy as a criminal action. Let us criminalize it. Let us make the perpetrators prosecuted. Because we can't continue to do business as usual. 4,000 children pregnant and about only 10 cases reported to police and none of them successfully prosecuted. There is a problem. My recommendation is that in this intervention, we need to bring the justice, law and order sector on board. In this discussion, they should have been here. So moving forward, let us work with the police, with the judiciary, with the prosecution to ensure that they are part and parcel of this process. 2, and I think the last one, let the partners support local governments in developing bylaws and ordinances. There are gaps in some of the drivers that were reported. I think need to be addressed using ordinances, needing bylaws. We have markets that begin late in the evening and move up to midnight. Those are bad practices. We have some of these religious, some of these churches organizing overnight prayers, uncontrolled organized at night prayers. And they think local governments are bad for being in action. In a marketplace, you bring thousands of people, 2, 3, a whole week, that we are doing overnight. You are doing disservice to our community people. I think that is not really. So for me, I think we need bylaws, we need ordinances to reinforce the efforts of government. Otherwise, if we leave the status quo as it is, how many people go to church? The same people getting pregnant are people who go to churches. So I really think we need to move a little different. Let's stop blaming one another. Really, if you go for overnight and we allow you as government to operate in that manner, you are killing our children, which is criminal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman from Zombo, and Secretariat should have captured that about the jealous approach to managing all teenage pregnancy, and remembering that in Dr. Sekamate's presentation, he told us that there are about between 300,000 and 400,000 happening every year. And in some of his literature, he said many of those have a repeat pregnancy within 1 year. So I hope the person putting up a hand is also giving us what we should be doing for those who are already pregnant and how are we skilling them. So those ideas should also be coming in. So the microphone should go to the madam at the back so that we get those additional ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for the program. I'm called Doris Abalo. I represent the young people in the District Council of Lamore, District Local Government. I have few submissions to make. I'll start by appreciating the presentations on the sexual and reproductive health by the various presenters. First of all, I'll go straight to the recommendations. Number one is it is very key that the issue we are talking about is the issue that is affecting the young people. And when you see in most of the emphasis that we put, young people in their leaderships are not part of the people that are always targeted. You hear people talk about cultural leaders, religious leaders, and all the categories that are always spoken about, but the young people are left out. I would request that in every intervention that we agree here to tackle and handle these young people, because there is nothing that always comes to us without us. We have structures of young people that are run from the district level, parliament up to the village level. We have the district councillors at district level, we have district sub-county councillors for the youth, we have youth council from the district until the parish level. So it is very key that we use these structures of the youth leadership to speak to the young people, because we know the language to speak to our fellows. Secondly, I would also recommend that in our various capacity, especially the development partner, at least if possible, let's put youth friendly services or youth points, because in other districts where there are youth centers, you find young people easily get their services. Because when we talk about family planning services, we are not actually talking about the actual family planning that we talk to, but the services, especially counseling, the education criteria and other things that we give to the young people, it is very key. So it is very important that we get such points for the young people to share and discuss with each other, and we help advise one another. Then lastly, to the young people who are beyond 18 years, and those who are liable to access family planning, especially the modern family planning, I would request, yesterday from the introduction that I saw, the other people who are district health officers who are here, the attitude of the health staffs that we have at the various facilities always also deter other people from accessing family planning. Because the way you approach or the way you talk to someone who has come to a service will either make that person come back the next time to access that service. But you find the attitude of our health workers sometimes discourage other people to come and access family planning. Therefore, my request to the various district health officers who are here, let's talk to the health workers to have positive attitude that is welcoming to clients, so that those who come for family planning can come for it time and again and access it easily for them to appreciate and accept the services. Those are the few submissions that I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Excellent, excellent. I think those came out very, very well. Two to the health sector, and then the other one of involving young people was cross-cutting in all our interventions. So you want to, where is the microphone? You want to, yes, it's the gentleman there, yes.
Thank you, Chair and members. Something very brief indeed. I'm Dr. Aden from NAT Secretariat. I come from a production background. I see the theme is very well designed to look at how we can link the democratic dividends to wealth creation. But in all our presentations, I've never heard anybody talk about production. We have not had, and yet this problem is not only social, but I think there is an economic link to it. So I think in future, in the next presentations, I think we need to link that because this problem is as social as well as economic. And I know that if we empower the communities in terms of production and so on, I think we could be able to solve the problem from that perspective as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that reminder, and just to remind us that these are breakaway sessions and we are dealing with one component. We are going to have an overarching session from the rapporteur that's going to give us deliberations that took place in the parallel session on youth skilling, innovation and employment, and also on innovation and empowerment. But also we had some information shared on education, schooling, and then employment as it relates to teenage pregnancy. So we are trying to dissect really the issue of teenage pregnancy and then healthy timing and spacing of pregnancy as one of the elements of helping the country harness the demographic dividend. There are very many sub-components, so your point is pertinent, and we hope the rapporteurs will bring all those discussions from the other sessions. So we give the other gentleman to give us about the second last comment as the Secretariat gives us feedback on.
Thank you, Chair and Moderator. My concern is with the cultural institutions, religious leaders, and politicians. Unfortunately, the MPs leaving. But when they are looking for votes, they go house to house. They are not facilitated. They go house to house looking for votes. They are not facilitated. But when they join offices, any office, they need facilitation. And when we front facilitation, the government has no money. Teddy Sedgwick once said, the professional middle name of Uganda's economy is the professional lack of resources. We don't have money. Religious leaders, let me talk of the Buganda and the Busoga I know. You are selected as the Mukungu wa Ssaabasajja right from the village. You don't need facilitation, but every day you are saying facilitation. Church leaders, you are supposed to visit your flock every day until Sabbath as Adventists, Sunday as those churchgoers on Sunday, and Muslims. Why do you need facilitation? Moreover, you are paid by your flock to go and look after them or to raise your issues. Politicians, you always say you are the voice of the voiceless, and now you are demanding money. People, let's leave alone money because money will not be enough. Let's go back at our ways. For us, we used to be fireside stories. We are taught to do those stories. So we are now grown-up people. We know what we do. And another point, let's discuss these things in a digital world and in a urbanizing environment. Because every now and then, even if those many places digital world has not reached, but urbanizing is coming. So we need to talk in these things, the prevention in a digital and an urbanizing world. I beg you to submit.
Thank you very much. I think we'll give the gentleman here at the front. He put up his hand. I don't know whether someone would address your question. Still have your hand up? No. You had? Yes. They must have made a comment. So we get, I think, the last, second last. We shall leave at 10 past the hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Moses Rima. I'm the Minister of Health, Coach Kingdom, and Family Planning Champion, and a pathfinder. So, Rakai District is one of the most leading districts in Uganda when we talk of teenage pregnancies, early marriages, and so on. And we thank Pathfinder that at least they have tried to address the issue at the grassroots. But the most confusing is the law. Now the environment is polished with another law which says human trafficking with an intention of having sexual intercourse with an underage girl, and where the penalty is 15 years of imprisonment or life imprisonment. And with the defilement, the penalty is death. And also it is hard, like not bad when you say human trafficking. And also lawyers, when it reaches the courts of law, they try to change and defend the victims, saying yes, it is human trafficking, but we're taking her to do a certain job to the auntie or what and what, and it ends up from being defilement to another kind of trying to help the victim. So I also cried the members of parliament, as we have some of them here in this house, that that law is contradicting with the Penal Code Act of defilement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One last recommendation from the lady there in the corner, and then we shall go for lunch. And I don't know that Charles wants to give us announcements for the afternoon session just before we go for lunch. If you could come here in the front.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Adon Pamela Grace, Probation Officer of Bundubujo. Mine is just a small thing, just to echo what the Reverend Paul was saying, the issue of parenting. You people who are above 40 years, at least we used to have those sessions with our parents, where parents used to give us those small things. And they will even tell you, if you go out with a man, this is what will happen. If you do this, this is what is going to happen. But nowadays, we do not have time for our children. Even us who are here, our children are with the maids. All the time you're in workshops, all the time you're what? At the end of the week, if you count the number of hours you're with your children, there may be 2 hours in a week. What do you expect that child to learn? So it's a high time we bring the skillful parenting to help these children to come up with at least some values in them. And that will go also with the religious leaders. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Skillful parenting. One last one with the gentleman there as we give the microphone to Charles. No, this last one here at the front. He had his hand up for long.
Thank you for looking at least on your, is it right? Because you have ignored that for a while. But I have 2 or 3 recommendations to make. One, I'm happy. Okay, first of all, I'm Edison Twesje. I'm the Family Planning Policy Advisor from Pathfinder. I'm happy that we are discussing about these issues in a multi-sector kind of context. And so the issues I have to make, one is, one of the legislators asked, where is the gap? And I want to comment about the issue of teenage pregnancy. It's something that has stagnated for maybe over a decade. From 24, we increased 25%. I'm not sure now where it is, but when you dig deeper, you'll find some districts are even close to 50%. And so what does that mean? It means the parents have kept quiet for a number of reasons, maybe economic benefits, or they have been coerced to keep quiet, or the police has not helped them. But even when they report, the police has not helped them. I think the recommendation that we should make, the law should be two-edged. Those who report, thank you. Those who don't report, the law should also compel the parents to report. Your child has been defiled. Your child has been taken into early marriage. If you have not reported and there is no action done, then you should be also held accountable. That's a gap I see in the law. My second recommendation.
They should be very brief and
yes, my second recommendation is we should disseminate the policies, the conversations in a way that makes sense to all stakeholders and at all levels. For example, what does demographic dividend roadmap mean to a sub-county chairperson in Toroko? And how can he speak about it in a way that can be understood by the sub-county council, the parish council? So in other words, what you have seen, for example, from our sector engagements, we do road quality assessment and surveys. And we go back to the district and discuss, look here, in your district, 50% of the girls are starting sex at the age of 15. Then the chairperson goes to the district, the local radio station, and they start discussing about that. And it will be interesting, the conversations that come from the community. First of all, you have set an agenda within the community. They know people are starting sex at a young age.
Excuse me. Yes, you are recommending.
So the recommendation is we need to deconstruct these conversations and policies to the different audiences up probably to a sub-county level in a way that will make sense for them, and they are also able to take action that is appropriate within their means and at their level. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for withstanding my nagging and pushing and not giving you a microphone. But I hope we have learned a lot. We have had the burden of teenage pregnancy, its impact on the economy, the impact of doing nothing. We have had some lessons of engaging different stakeholders on how to address SRH, teenage pregnancy and child marriage, lessons from 11 districts, as well as the lessons from the greater Captural region of what we should be doing. We have had lots of questions, lots of recommendations spanning different sectors, and a robust response from the education sector. So the Secretariat has captured those, and I want to thank you very much for listening and hand over the microphone to Mr. Charles Musana to give us a brief announcement and the next steps. Thank you, Adoma.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bonnie Wandera, for ably chairing the session on sexual reproductive health, ending teenage pregnancy and child marriage in Uganda. And I would also like to appreciate the panelists for one, making their presentations, but also the insights that we'll pick from the presentations. So ladies and gentlemen, can you give the chairperson and the panelists a big round of applause? And you've also been an active audience, so I'm going to ask you to clap for yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now earned ourselves lunch, so we're going to have lunch in the same tent where we had lunch yesterday. However, there's a small change. Yesterday, both people who had coupons and those who did not have coupons were able to have lunch. Today, ensure that you have a coupon before you join the line for lunch. And after lunch, we will be coming back to this same hall for the closing ceremony, and that should be starting at 2 p.m. Bon appetit. Thank you.
You're originally from Cameroon, but you've also worked around the entire continent, like Liberia, Sudan, Kenya, and all over the place. So you have quite a wonderful experience and exposure to the entire continent. So you probably well to tell us what you think about the Ugandan experience and your think about. If you have to speak of a place or an area where you think you are doing well as Uganda, what do you think that will be?
I've always been privileged to mostly work in spaces where I am helping to encourage a group of people, a group of agents to move towards a particular direction.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again, and a very warm welcome to the closing ceremony of our two-day National Demographic Dividend Conference 2023. For those of you who joined us today, my name is Charles Musana. Currently, I serve as the Acting Director for Information and Communications at National Population Council. And for the last 2 days, I have been serving as your Master of Ceremonies, so I'll continue with that role until the end of the conference. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our rapporteurs to come and join our VIP guests on the dais so we can start. Dr. Betty, kindly join the gentlemen on the dais so we can start, and the youth representative. And I should also be getting my message from the youth representative. So, as the rapporteurs come to join our VIP team on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I am requesting you to join me in welcoming the Deputy Representative of UNFPA in Uganda, Mr. Daniel Alemu. Kindly give him a big round of applause to welcome him. And then also join me in welcoming the Director General of National Population Council, Dr. Jotham Musinguzi. For those of you who were here yesterday, we were with Dr. Jotham Musinguzi at the opening ceremony, but Mr. Daniel Alem is joining us for the first time, so I want to bring him up to speed. Sir, we've been here for the last 2 days. We started yesterday in the morning, and we've been having the National Demographic Dividend Conference under the theme, Building a Competitive Human Capital for Wealth Creation in a World of 8 billion. We had 4 sub-themes under which the conference was structured. One was early childhood development and early learning. The second one was equity, social protection, women empowerment and inclusion. The third was sexual reproductive health, ending teenage pregnancy and child marriage in Uganda. And the fourth was compulsory education and retention, youth skilling, technological innovation, and empowerment. So after the opening session, we had breakaway sessions, and they were running under those 4 sub-themes. And then, sir, this 2-day conference was organized by National Population Council, and then your own team, and we appreciate you for the support, because UNFPA is one of the partners who organized this conference. And then the other partners included Netherlands Embassy in Uganda, Makerere University, Maristops Uganda, Pathfinder, and Population Services International. And then lastly, before you, we have our participants, and they come in different capacities and categories. I know we've just had lunch, so it will be a good exercise for us to stand up, wave to the Director General and the Deputy Country Rep. That is after I read out the category under which you fall, and I want to start with our colleagues from the local government. If you're a participant from the local government, kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for coming. And then we have members of the academia. We have youth representatives. Youth representatives. Thank you for joining us. The civil society. And then cultural and religious leaders. And then we have participants from government ministries, departments, and agencies. And then throughout the 2 days, we've had members of parliament. I wonder if we still have some who are still present. Any members of parliament present? Thank you so much for staying until the end of the conference. So those are the participants that we have. And now, moving on to the program of this afternoon, we're supposed to be getting a brief from the conference rapporteuring team, and thereafter we will have remarks welcome remarks welcoming us to the closing ceremony, and that is by the Director General National Population Council, and then we will do remarks by the representative of the country representative, and thereafter we will have the closing remarks. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to invite Mr. Kimuda Kevin, a young person from working with Naguru Teenage Information and Health Center. We had a youth session in the morning, so he's going to inform us what transpired during the youth session, and thereafter we'll have the overall rapporteur wrapping up the entire conference. Thank you. You're most welcome, sir.
A good afternoon to you all protocol observed. My name is Kimda Kevin, young person from Naguru Teenage Information and Health Center. And from the breakaway session, the youth breakaway session of the Demographic Dividend Conference, these are some of the recommendations that were made. Increasing access for young people, that is regional integration or cross-border collaboration for youth skilling is essential among East African countries in addressing youth issues. Then inclusive youth service provision, where more focus should be put on health center 2s and 3s in youth responsive service provision, because they serve the communities within where the youth are found. So there's disability inclusion as well, alternative ways of reaching people living with disabilities, especially those who cannot read or write, so they are not left out. Then we have recommendations to harness the demographic dividend are as follows. Accessibility for young people, that is making information youth-friendly so that they are able to disseminate it. Dealing with substance abuse, especially in the West Nile region, which has specific issues to do with substance abuse. Then encashment areas of laws to address this should be done and followed up on. Respect structures of youth leadership, where include youth leaders in decision making, as they are the link to young people in the community. Extend conferences, programs to universities and other learning institutions and they will be informed or cheaper programs like UBI, TEC. Differentiate between politics and development. Issues of development and politics should not be evaluated. Moving on. Skilling. We have to empower the youth with better skills, such as in the oil industries, skilling in welding, to enable them compete at an international level. Create a platform where young people have their own voices heard. Tackling poverty to increase development, we have to revive the cooperative societies. Quality education, that is, government should focus on quality education, since programs like MYOGA and the PDM encourage corruption, hence they do not benefit the target audience. Monitoring youth engagement and involvement. There should be clear indicators that track youth participation and impacts in developmental programs and programs targeting them. That is just a brief overview of the recommendations that were made in the youth breakaway session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for taking us through the recommendations that came out of the youth session this morning. And I particularly like the idea of making our information youth-friendly so that it becomes easier for our young people to disseminate the information that we want to be publicized. And at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Dr. Betty Chadondo. Dr. Betty Chadondo serves as the Director for Family Health at National Population Council, and she's here to represent the rapporteuring team. You're most welcome. Doctor, kindly give her a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. He calls himself Master of Ceremony. So just thank you very much for yet another introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our Director General of the National Population Council and the Deputy Representative of UNFPA, I have been requested by the team that has been capturing all the notes since we started yesterday to provide a recap of what we have discussed and what we think is important for this country to harness the demographic dividend. So, and some of this is what has actually come out from what the youth has given us this afternoon. The way we have structured this presentation is many of you are very familiar with the pillars of the demographic dividend. If we are going to attain the demographic dividend, we all know it is an economic benefit that this country will reap if we do certain things right. So we have structured the presentation that I'm delivering on those ways. So the first wheel, or the first pillar for harnessing the demographic dividend, is ensuring that the country attains a demographic transition. And here the main important focus for us is ensuring that we rapidly decline fertility and mortality, and family planning is very, very crucial. So in the discussion, we have agreed that there is need for us to increase awareness on family planning, because we have different understandings and perceptions, including among communities, among leaders, among religious leaders, among cultural leaders. So we need to give more information about family planning, its importance, its benefits, and how it is going to help the country harness the demographic dividend so that communities and users adopt a positive attitude to family planning. Number 2, ensuring that we achieve our family planning aspirations will require us to work together. So the multi-sectoral approach to family planning, as we plan to provide the family planning services, as we budget for family planning, we should be working together. We should be working in partnership. And there are sessions that I've shared, best practices of how working in partnership and multi-sectoral collaboration has yielded positive results for improving family planning. The number 3, we still have our men being a little bit stubborn towards family planning. We need to get them on board to have a different mindset and support their spouses to access family planning. And we need to have more strategies that will support this intervention to be realistic. Then we still experience stockouts of family planning commodities and supplies in our facilities, and this is a challenge because in one way without commodities, those that have been convinced to access services then will run away from the facilities and we shall never get them back. So ensuring that we have a constant and consistent supply of commodities is very key towards improving our family planning program. So we need to continuously track what is happening at the facilities, but there are also strategies in place for redistribution of our family planning commodities. If facility X in a district has more commodities and there is a facility that's stocked out, then we have that strategy that allows redistribution. And I've also learned that there is also redistribution from one district to another district. And this should be implemented, but they cannot be implemented if those that are going to implement them do not know the existence of these strategies and policies. Then there is still room for traditional contraception, because from the PMA findings, use of traditional methods of family planning is increasing. So we need to see how to support those that prefer using the traditional methods of family planning to use these methods. And then the districts have been requested to plan and budget according to their needs. And I think it is in yesterday's presentation that there was agreement that National Planning Authority needs to provide that guidance on how some of these can be taken care of, especially, for example, when family planning commodities are falling under national medical stores, and yet districts are being requested to plan and budget for these commodities. Then integration of family planning into community structures. We learned that community-based family planning is very vital, and the fact that we have our village health teams that are helping us with the distribution of family planning commodities, we need to emphasize the community-based approach to family planning. Then data was not specific for only people with disabilities, but data provides evidence that helps us to plan better, to program better, but also for the decisions that we make. But specifically, data is required to program for people with disabilities to be able to access family planning. Then in the area of health, this was a broad discussion, and we all agreed that we still have a lot of inequalities in health service provision, in where services are being provided, but also in terms of access to these services, including even among the youth. We haven't provided adequate youth-friendly corners. And then there is lack of youth-friendly services to promote young people that push or repel young people from the health facilities. Youth need their different approach to using services. And then we also need to ensure that we work and involve the youth in a meaningful manner, just like the young person has presented. And then in terms of quality of care, this is very, very vital if we are going to harness the demographic dividend and reduce mortality. So we need to have commodities available, but we also need to have a positive attitude among the health workers towards the services they provide. And then we need to promote a positive mindset to accessing health services, including family planning, and also generate evidence for informing policy and programming in health services. Then the other pillar for harnessing the DD, as we had, is education. And in education, there are a number of issues that were discussed, including, and most importantly, the transition and dropout rates being so high and denying us giving adequate empowering the young people to join the job market. So what is important is that now the government is going to roll out the compulsory universal primary education and universal secondary education. We need to engage the parents to support their children to be at school and not to drop out. But also, as the parents do their role, we are requesting religious leaders to support this in every forum where they have an opportunity to speak to the parents. And then there are also issues of funding in the education sector. There is need to increase funding to the public sector so that early childhood development is prioritized in our planning and budgeting. But also, if there are students that are dropping out because they are lacking the basic facilities to be in school. So if the funding to allow children not to drop out of school is available, then we shall see less dropouts of our children, but it will also encourage early childhood development. And then the need to enhance information communication training. The new curriculum calls for their ICT is integrated in the new curriculum, but in most of districts, most districts experience internet challenges. So there is need to increase access to internet so that this program within the new curriculum can be rolled out effectively and efficiently. Then, of course, ensuring that we have mentorship, internship, and coaching programs at all levels for different students at tertiary level. Because yes, government is supporting this, but not all students have an opportunity to be mentored or to have internship, and this should be prioritized. Then, of course, sexuality education, which is going to address some of the challenges that we have talked about, of girls being out of school, the issues of early sexual debut, and all these other challenges that we experience as a country. But also, if the girls have become pregnant, we already have a policy on supporting them to go back to school, the re-entry policy to complete school. Then in the area of economic reforms and job creation, we all agree on the challenges of unemployment, underemployment, being underskilled. So the strategies that the team has come up with, we need to empower, to skill, and employ youth. And the opportunity that we have is the parish development model. And how are we ensuring that at the district level, this parish development model is rolled out to support the youth? And also strengthen skills centers where they exist, and also establish skills development centers where they are lacking, to give more skills for the young people joining the job market. Then there is need to enhance access to development funds. We have a number of youth development funds, but there are particular groups of the population that are taking advantage of them, and there are those that need to be reminded to access these funds. Then agriculture remains the bedrock of our economy, and we need to empower the youth to engage in agriculture with a positive mindset. Because for as long as they know agriculture is for, people that are not doing well, then we shall not promote agriculture to contribute to economic gains for this country. Then provide subsidies to agricultural inputs, like fertilizers, like the seeds that will provide higher output for the farmers and also contribute to higher productivity. Then support agricultural mechanization through providing tractors, irrigation schemes. We learned from our Minister of Planning yesterday about his experience that he shared from India. So we need to see how we factor this into our plans and programs. Then of course create more markets for the products that are produced by the youth. Then in the area and the final pillar of harnessing the dividend, which is governance and accountability, continuously tracking the funding priorities will help us know how to prioritize better. If we are putting more money, for example, in skilling, how are we benefiting from that? So we need to track the resource that has been put for skilling. How do we, benefit from it? Is it giving us more returns on our investment? And if it is not, then how do we reprogram and reprioritize? And this can only happen if we are tracking these resources. For now, tracking, as we had yesterday from MPA presentation, tracking the financing for the demographic dividend is still a little bit challenging. Then there is need to increase funding to districts to support service delivery. We learned that it is only 20% of our national resources that trickle down to the districts, and yet the districts are the service delivery points. So there is need to rethink about how money trickles down to the districts and increase funding to districts to support service delivery. Then regular dissemination of information to planners. This has been ongoing, but I think we need to work more closely with the planners to support the transition from out-based planning or sector-based planning to program-based planning. This has not yet yielded the results that we want, but it is also still a challenge, even at national level, that we are still working in a sector-based mode, and we have not transitioned fully to the program-based approach. Then the 3 and 4 are related on the budgeting system. And then of course the issue of involving communities in planning. We should have bottom-up planning and budgeting, and this still, the parish development model gives us that opportunity. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've been able to capture and summarize. I know there is a lot that has been discussed in the different breakaway sessions, and we may not have captured everything, but I'm sure this provides an opportunity for us to engage further in the discussion and agree on what is very, very critical if we are going to harness the demographic dividend. Thank you, and thank you, MC, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Betty Chadondo, for presenting the recommendations. And I want to appreciate the rapporteuring team for the fact that the recommendations are organized under the demographic dividend pillars. That makes follow-up much more easier. So thank you. Our chief guest this afternoon, we have a small change in the program. Our guest of honor is unable to join us, so he has asked Dr. Jotham Musinguzi, the Director General of National Population Council, to represent him, and I'll be inviting him at the appropriate time to present to us the remarks of the guest of honor. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize, I know we're running out of time, but it's very important that I recognize some very few people, and then we can have the speeches and close the conference. First of all, I want to recognize our rapporteuring team, if they can stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for a job well done. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we had 3 committees that organized this conference, and I'm going to read out these committees. When I read out your committee and you're a member of that committee, you stand up for recognition. I will start with the Central Organizing Committee, which was chaired by Dr. Betty Chadondo. Kindly stand up for recognition, and thank you so much for the wonderful work. Members of the Central Organizing Committee, and then over the 2 days we've had a number of presentations. So we had a scientific committee that reviewed the papers and selected those to be presented during this conference, and the committee was chaired by Dr. John Sebuliva Sekamate. Kindly stand up with your committee members for recognition. And then I have my own committee that I chaired, the Events Organizing Committee, and I want to request members of my committee to stand up for recognition and kindly clap for us. Give us a big round of applause. And then, Chief Guest, permit me to recognize the chairpersons of the different sessions that we've had for the last 2 days. If you were one of the ladies or gentlemen who chaired a session, kindly stand up for recognition. The chairpersons, the session chairpersons, thank you so much for steering the discussions. And then I want to recognize the presenters. If you were one of the presenters, kindly stand up for recognition. The presenters. Thank you so much. And then, lastly but not least, I want to recognize us, the participants who traveled from wherever you work from to come and be part of this very important conference. Kindly clap for yourselves. So, our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, permit me to invite Mr. Daniel Alemu, the Deputy Representative of UNFPA, to come and present the remarks of UNFPA. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you, MC, and good afternoon. Let me start by recognizing the guest of honor, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Mattia Kasaija, represented here by the Director General of the NPC, Dr. Jota Musinguzi. Honorable members of Parliament here present, Excellencies, ambassadors, representatives of development partners here present, representatives of government ministries, departments and agencies also here present, civil society representatives, members of the academia here present, religious and cultural leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very pleasant afternoon to you all. It is, I hope you can hear me. Yeah. It is a great pleasure to be part of the closing ceremony of the first Demographic Dividend Conference here in Uganda that began yesterday. Truly the first of its kind. I'm glad really that there's been very good and productive participation from the various stakeholders, especially young people, and thank you very much for the presentation, to help explore ways and engage in debates on how to advance and realize the demographic dividend agenda here in Uganda, which is a journey that Uganda started several years back. I would like to take this opportunity and congratulate the National Population Council, the Director General, Dr. Musunguzi, and the entire team, and all other stakeholders that organized this conference under the timely theme, Building a Competitive Human Capital for Wealth Creation in a World of 8 billion. As we're all aware, harnessing the demographic dividends remains a top priority in Uganda and in Africa as a whole. As we talk about harnessing the demographic dividends, we need, of course, to continue interrogating and investing in programs and sectors that will enable the country to indeed harness this dividend. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, Dr. Mary Otieno, the UNFPA representative, emphasized the question of how best can Uganda realize its demographic dividend and where to go from here. A question that remains somewhat elusive. Therefore, I'm very optimistic, and clearly some answers have been provided. I'm very optimistic that with all the experts and stakeholders here present, convening over the last 2 days, debating and deliberating on the challenges, lessons and insights in terms of the way forward, we hope truly that some answers have been provided to allow Uganda to chart its course and build on gains made to accelerate the harnessing of the demographic dividend. One thing I want to assure you that is absolutely certain, we cannot continue on the same pace. We need to double down efforts to fast-track the implementation of previous commitments made and recommendations emerging from this 2-day conference that Dr. Betty presented. And allow me to highlight a couple of priority areas that are aligned really to the demographic dividend wheel or pillars that Dr. Betty presented. Number one, increasing access to family planning, including really the issue of financing and national budget allocation to family planning, which is certainly an area that we have seen a lot of improvement, but the progress is still inadequate. Secondly, accelerated investment in girls' education and ensuring really girls are kept in schools, but also at the same time prioritizing investments in the boy child and rolling out sexuality education that remains really the best vehicle for us to bring about long-term behavioral change. Number three, looking really at the demographics here in Uganda, youth engagement and participation in decision-making at all levels remains a top priority. Number four, prevention and elimination of harmful practices such as female genital mutilation and teenage pregnancy that remain a major hurdle for Uganda to realize a demographic dividend. We all know that implementation and follow-up on commitments made could prove challenging with scarce resources. However, this is by no means the time for complacency. The challenges and opportunities are simply too many, and we need to mobilize our collective efforts and resources to stay the course towards realizing a prosperous Uganda with equitable access to wealth, social services, and opportunities for all, so that no one is left behind. Therefore, I would like to reiterate, as we celebrate a world of 8 billion, the importance of building and investing in a globally competitive population in Uganda, driven by investments in innovation, technology, and social services, while ensuring at the same time that investment in education and skilling attuned to the needs of the future continues and is scaled up. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me to reiterate UNFPA's commitment to supporting countries in this critical journey to harness the potential of their youthful populations, in, of course, Uganda and globally. As we approach the 30th anniversary of the 1994 International Conference on Population and Development, it is noteworthy that Uganda will be joining other member states globally in leading a review of the International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD at 30, in 2024. The process, of course, which started now, as well as a review of the 2014 Addis Ababa Declaration on Population and Development. I would like, therefore, to take the opportunity and call upon all stakeholders to effectively participate in this review so that we are capable to appraise the progress the country has made, the challenges experienced, and the emerging issues, so that we can address these jointly in an effective and comprehensive manner. The review will surely contribute to the global reports that will inform our collective and global action moving forward on this agenda. Finally, I would like to take the opportunity and thank the government of the Netherlands through its embassy here in Kampala for the relentless and steadfast support to the demographic dividend agenda and roadmap, as well as this particular conference, and the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the National Population Council, of course, and all partners for organizing this conference and ensuring that investments in young people and the future of Uganda remain a top priority. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel Alemu, for presenting your remarks, the remarks of the country representative of UNFPA, and for highlighting some of the key interventions that we need to prioritize if our country is to harness the demographic dividend. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, it's my pleasure to invite the Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who is represented here by the Director General of National Population Council, Dr. Jotham Musinguzi, to come and make his closing remarks. You're most welcome, Doctor. Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Musana. And I think you are a little cheeky, but nonetheless that we'll leave it at that. The apologies of Honorable Matia Kasaja, the Minister of Finance, who has a conflicting event that is involved in and is not able to be here, so he has requested me to read his speech. And discipline requires that I just exactly do that. So I read his speech verbatim. Honourable members of Parliament, the UNFPA Deputy Country Representative, Mr. Daniel Alemu, religious and cultural leaders present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and pleasure to officiate at the closing ceremony of the inaugural National Demographic Dividend Conference 2023. On behalf of government, I would like to congratulate you on a successful conference. It is reassuring to see the growing interest and efforts geared towards harnessing Uganda's demographic dividend. The theme of this conference, building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in a world of 8 billion, highlights the importance of the competitiveness of our labor force if we are to benefit from the opportunities that are provided by the global market of 8 billion people. Ladies and gentlemen, to build a competitive human capital, we need to be cognizant of a number of realities. First, we need to appreciate the intricate linkage between social and economic development. We need to know that children's health, their education, their nutrition are instrumental in nurturing dynamic, competitive, and thriving economies. Secondly, we need to sensitize the public and to make people understand that investments in human capital can yield returns, and those returns can be huge. We should all be involved in the campaign to improve school enrollment and retention if we are to harness the demographic dividend. Available evidence shows that investments in children's health and education have historically had the highest marginal value of all public investments. Thirdly, as we return home from this important conference, we need to remember that investments in human capital development need to be well designed if they are to yield the highest returns that we expect. And then lastly, as a country, we need to understand that there are literally millions of opportunities for high return investments in human capital that remain untapped. Public and private investments in this sector will not only give economic return, but will go a long way in enabling the country to build a competitive human capital. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to be futuristic as we discuss this important topic of building a globally competitive human capital. We are beginning to witness important changes in the world of work as rapid improvements in emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, networked computing, advanced robotics shape up businesses across a range of sectors. Markets are increasingly demanding workers with higher levels of human capital, especially advanced cognitive and social behavioral skills that cannot be fully mimicked by machines. So investing in people will become even more important to achieving prosperity, and those investments, if made wisely, promise even greater payoffs for countries like Uganda that have a predominantly young population. Distinguished guests, I have been informed, and I am happy to note that we have discussed and came up to an agreement in this conference that business as usual is not an option if we are to achieve the demographic dividend. We need to be bold, innovative, and committed if we are to achieve our government objectives. The ability of our country to thrive in a modern global economy of 8 billion people hinges on its ability to invest smartly in young people to ensure that they are equipped to take on the jobs of the future. I would like to offer our commitment as the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to working with you to take on this challenge, and I hope the innovations, experiences and lessons shared will have a privilege to learn over the past 2 days. We will not only just stay here, but we will be with you as you move forward in your workstations. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your gracious presence and valuable contributions. I thank the organizers of this for their unfailing efforts and their hard work, and these include the National Corporation Council, UNFPA, the Netherlands Embassy in Uganda, and their partners, and the partners include Makerere University, Department of Population Studies, and School of Public Health, Maristops Uganda, Pathfinder, and Population Services International. I'm confident that we will return home with new ideas and insights, inspired to continue our joint efforts to harness Uganda's demographic dividend. I now declare this National Demographic Dividend Conference officially closed. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Director General, for representing the Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We have a humble request if we can do some group photos, and we are going to take the photos from in front here. I know our colleagues from our country have long distances to cover, so we're going to start with them. The participants from up country kindly come to the front, and we have a group photo with the guest of honor. Can we now have MDM? Participants from ministries, government departments and agencies.
Now, can we have the civil society coming together with the development partners? Civil society and the development partners. And then our very good friends, the youth. The young people, our youth. Do we still have some cultural and religious leaders present? Okay. Now I invite the cultural and religious leaders the academia, as that group is coming, members of the 3 organizing committees should be getting ready. Members of the 3 organizing committees, that is the Central Organizing Committee, the Scientific Committee, and the Events Committee, kindly come in for a picture. And then lastly, I want to invite the Secretariat and those are staff of National Population Council and staff of UNFPA. National Population Council and UNFPA. So staff members of National Population Council and UNFPA, kindly join us for a group photograph. UNFPA and National Population Council. Have I left out any group? Okay, thank you. And now I'll ask Mr. Omwa Samson Samuel to see off our guests of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of our two-day conference. On behalf of the organizing team, I wish to thank each one of you for bringing your experience and expertise around the table and for engaging in such an open, engaging, and enriching conversation. Thank you so much, and I wish you journey masses back home. Lastly, you're invited to join us for a cup of coffee. Thank you.